The past couple of weeks had been a whirlwind. Between catching up on assignments, putting the final touches on my latest canvas, and scrubbing every inch of my apartment to erase any lingering trace of Knuckles. Seriously, who names their kid that? I barely had time to breathe. Sapphire kept me updated daily about the wedding plans she and my brother were throwing together. They were keeping it low-key, just close family and enough wine to drown in. Honestly, my kind of party. Then there was Tony. We met in the cereal aisle, cliché, right? He pretended to be into granola just to strike up a conversation. Smooth, I'll give him that. Dinner was fine, but I've never been one for grand gestures. A cozy coffee shop is more my speed. No need for a guy to flex his wallet to impress me. Real confidence doesn't come with a price tag. Tony was decent, worked at some finance firm, fresh out of training, still figuring things out. The date was pleasant but forgettable. Most of them were. Sometimes the spark was there, but it burned out fast, just heat, no heart. By the end of the night, I split the check, said my goodbyes, and headed home. Ever since Knuckles, I'd been extra cautious, always switching up my route, checking over my shoulder. That night, snowflakes drifted down, catching on my lashes before melting away. I paused to watch them, the quiet street glowing under the streetlights. Northern Italy in winter was breathtaking, even if trudging through slush to class was a pain. Then I heard it, a sickening, wet gasp, the unmistakable thud of a body hitting pavement, the sharp crack of metal against bone. My stomach twisted. I knew I shouldn't look, but my feet turned toward the alley anyway. Some things, once seen, can't be unseen. The moment I turned the corner, I froze. There was a massive figure hunched over a lifeless body in the snow. The victim was still warm, steam rising faintly from his jacket in the bitter cold. The stranger's face was hidden in shadow, but his sheer size was terrifying. He made Knuckles look like a scrawny kid. My pulse hammered as I forced myself to keep walking, pretending I hadn't just seen a murder. A goddamn murder. My fingers twitched toward my phone, but fear locked me in place. No weapon, no backup. Just me and my stupid decision to take this shortcut. The street was empty, the usual hum of the city silenced by the freezing wind. Of course, I had to be the only idiot out here tonight. My instincts screamed danger, but this guy moved like a ghost. No crunch of snow, no warning. 1 second I was alone, the next his gloved hand clamped over my mouth, cutting off my breath. The blade against my throat was colder than the air. "Scream, and I'll open you up like a gutted deer," he growled. Snowflakes blurred my vision, turning the streetlights into hazy smears. Perfect conditions for a predator. I hated how calm he sounded, like this was just another Tuesday night. When he called me good girl, rage burned through the fear. "Go to hell," I spat against his palm. I stomped his boot, twisted nothing. The guy was built like a damn linebacker. He yanked me down hard, my knees slamming into the pavement. The knife flashed again, but then something shifted. His grip loosened. For the first time, I saw his face. Sharp jaw, icy blue eyes, the kind of looks that belonged on a magazine cover, not a back alley killer. Confusion flickered in his gaze. He hesitated. Then, like a switch flipped, he sheathed the blade and hauled me over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes. That's when I finally found my voice. "Help!" I shrieked, kicking wildly. But the snow kept falling, swallowing the sound my voice tore through the icy air, raw and desperate, hoping someone in the nearby apartment buildings would hear me over the muffling snow. Surely, someone would call the cops. But the man hauling me toward the black van parked by the dumpster just smirked. "Scream all you like," he said, his breath fogging in the cold. "By the time anyone bothers to check, we'll be miles away. And even if the cops show up..." He dropped me onto the snow, his grip unshakable. "They'll take one look at me and pretend they saw nothing." In one fluid motion, he pulled a gun, pressing it against my cheek. The metal burned with cold. I went silent, my mind racing. His grin widened. What, no more screaming? Because I'm busy figuring out how to put you in the ground. That got a laugh out of him, genuine, almost amused. He holstered the gun like I was nothing, turning his back as if I weren't even a threat. Big mistake. He dragged the corpse he'd left behind, dumping it beside me with a sickening thud. The body was mangled, the face barely human. Bile rose in my throat. Kneeling, he met my eyes. His jawline was sharp, shadowed with stubble, his dirty blonde hair almost too perfect for a killer. Dressed in black leather and boots, he looked like he belonged on a billboard, not in some grimy Milan alley. You don't want to end up like that, do you? I forced myself to hold his gaze. Neither do you. So how about you walk away now? Another chuckle, this time with a mocking edge. You're entertaining. Haven't laughed like this in a while. Glad I could brighten your murder spree, I shot back. He reached into the van for a body bag, and my fingers twitched toward my purse. My phone was still inside. One shot. I lunged for it. My fingers trembled as I quietly pulled the zipper open, trying not to draw attention. He came back with the black body bag, shoving the lifeless man inside without a second glance. His voice was cold when he spoke, like he already knew what I was planning. Trust me, the cops won't mess with me. Better call someone who actually stands a chance. My dad was states away. Even Conway, my usual backup, was too distant to help. But I wasn't about to just sit there. He hauled the body into the van like it was nothing, the impact echoing through the empty lot. My hand shot into my purse, scrambling for my phone, until he ripped it from my grip and tossed it into the darkness of the van. You're slow as hell. Go to hell, I spat. He just smirked like my defiance was the funniest thing he'd seen all day. Get in the damn van or I'll put you in there myself. I glanced at the van, then back at the street ahead. The snow crunched under my boots as I weighed my options. Sweetheart, don't even try it, he warned, shaking his head. You won't make it far. And when I catch you, it'll be so much worse. Don't call me sweetheart. You're mine now, he said, grinning. I'll call you whatever I want. You're gonna kill me either way. I stood, brushing snow off my jeans. So I might as well, I bolted, legs pumping, heart hammering. If I could just reach the street, maybe I'd have a shot. Getting in that van meant disappearing forever. I'd rather die fighting than let him do whatever he had planned. I barely made it 10 steps before his hand clamped onto my shoulder, and then pain. White-hot electricity shot through me as the taser hit my neck. My body locked up, muscles seizing before I crumpled to the pavement. The world spun, but I refused to stay down. Gritting my teeth, I forced myself up, staggering forward. This time, he actually laughed. Damn, never seen someone shake that off before. He caught me again, this time holding the taser longer, the voltage ripping through me until my vision blurred. I hit the ground harder this time, limbs heavy, breath ragged. For a second, I just wanted to stay there, let it be over. But no. I dragged myself forward, fingers scraping against the asphalt. If I could just buy time, maybe someone would come. All right, sweetheart, he taunted, strolling behind me like this was some sick game. One more zap might just stop your heart. Then do it, I gasped, still crawling. I'd rather die fighting than let a monster like you win. Something shifted. He stopped. Just stood there, watching me struggle. I didn't know what was going through his head, maybe respect, maybe amusement. But I wasn't stopping. Not now, not ever. I slumped back into my seat, defeated. The driver eased off the accelerator, guiding the van smoothly around the sharp bend in the road like it was just another Sunday drive. Snowbanks lined the path as we rolled forward, the tension thick enough to choke on. I pressed my forehead against the cold glass, exhaling sharply. Damn it, his voice was ice. Gotta hand it to you, you've got guts. Too bad they're attached to a bad plan. I didn't look at him. Let me walk away, and I swear I won't say a word. My family will never know. You don't want this mess if they find out you killed me. They won't stop until you and everyone you care about are buried. A bitter laugh escaped him. Joke S on you, they already took care of that part. My stomach dropped. What? His grip tightened on the wheel. And honestly, I'd welcome them coming after me. Gives me a shot at finishing what they started. So no, sweetheart, you're not going anywhere. I want them to know it was me. I want them to feel it. But this was just bad luck. You didn't even know me. Didn't I? His quiet reply sent a chill down my spine. My family was peaceful. You've got the wrong people. He slowed as we hit a weathered back road, tires crunching over packed snow. The lake ahead was eerily still, summer tourists long gone. No one would hear me scream. What about the guy in the back? Was he just collateral damage? Focus on yourself, he said, killing the engine. You're the one still breathing. Panic clawed at my throat. I'd always prided myself on staying calm under pressure, but this was the end. My parents would never recover. My brother would be shattered. The thought of their pain hurt worse than anything he could do to me. Think Vanessa. He hauled the first victim's body from the van, dragging it toward the dark water. I twisted in my seat, desperation taking over. What the hell are you doing? Taking out the trash. The keys were gone, but I wasn't going down without a fight. I tore open the panel under the steering wheel, fingers tangling in a mess of wires. No clue how to hotwire a car, but I yanked them all out anyway. If I was going, I'd leave him with a useless heap of metal. Somewhere in the distance, a crow cawed. The sound was almost mocking the moment he ended my life. I prayed his engine would choke and die, leave him stranded in the freezing cold. He deserved worse. As I shifted in my seat, something metallic glinted beneath his. My pulse spiked. Outside, he hauled the lifeless body toward the edge of the dock, ready to dump it into the icy lake. My fingers closed around cold steel, a gun. One bullet left, no room for error. He shoved the corpse into the water and turned, boots crunching over snow as he stalked back toward the van. My hands trembled, but not from fear this time. This was my shot. One squeeze of the trigger and it had to count. Heart or head, no second chances. I waited, breath shallow, until he was close enough. Then I swung the door open, gun hidden at my side. The guy was a mountain, towering, built like a tank with eyes that could freeze hell over. Pretty, maybe, terrifying, absolutely. His smirk made my skin crawl. Your turn, baby. Don't. I raised the gun, steadying my aim at his chest. No hesitation, no second thoughts, just survival. The shot cracked through the silence. Not a kill, but it hit his shoulder. He barely flinched, like it was nothing more than a mosquito bite. Then his expression shifted, dark, predatory, like I'd just made things interesting. He lunged, closing the distance in seconds. I swung the gun at his skull, but he caught my wrist and slammed it against the van. The weapon dropped into the snow. Pinned, I braced for the worst, until his grip twisted into my hair and his mouth crashed into mine. No warning, no mercy, just heat. His kiss was brutal, possessive, like he'd been fighting the urge all along. The cold vanished under the weight of him, his breath searing against my lips. The world narrowed to this, his hands, his mouth, the unspoken promise that this wasn't over. Not even close the moment his arms wrapped around me, I felt a raw intensity I'd never experienced before. His body pressed against mine, the heat between us undeniable even through the layers of denim. There was no hesitation, just pure, reckless desire. His grip was possessive, his kiss demanding, like he had every right to claim me. The metallic scent of blood mixed with the cold night air as his wound dripped onto my jacket, but he didn't seem to care. All that mattered was the fire between us. And then, just like that, he pulled away, leaving me breathless and stunned. The sudden absence of his warmth made the winter chill cut deeper. "Get in the van," he growled, already moving like nothing had happened. I barely had time to process what just went down before the engine roared to life. My fingers trembled as I buckled in, my mind racing. I'd shot him, and his response was to kiss me like that. The tires crunched over snow as we sped away from the clearing. So, "Does this mean you're not gonna kill me?" I asked, half joking, half terrified. His grip tightened on the wheel. "Oh, I'm definitely going to kill you." Bones Vanessa Barsetti, dark hair, olive skin, eyes like emeralds. Even in the shadows of that alley, I knew exactly who she was. Call it fate, call it bad luck, but she walked right into my path when I least expected it. And now she was mine. The war wasn't over. It was just waiting. I drove deeper into the mountains, the road twisting through snow-covered pines. My place was isolated, hidden where no one would think to look. Perfect for what came next. She sat silent beside me, probably wondering if she'd live to see sunrise. She wouldn't. Vanessa had mere moments left to savor, and I intended to make them count. Every second of her suffering would be a masterpiece, slow, deliberate, and brutal. Drowning her in ice would have been too merciful. No, I wanted Crow Barsetti to receive his daughter in fragments, to collapse under the weight of his grief, just as my mother had when Pearl drove that blade into my father. And yet, despite my rage, I couldn't deny the irony. Vanessa was stunning. Pictures hadn't done her justice. She had her father's sharp Italian features softened by her mother's elegance, a lethal combination. Even I, fueled by vengeance, had to acknowledge it. The drive up the mountain left my arm throbbing, blood soaking through my jacket. If I didn't stitch myself up soon, I'd be the one needing a hospital. But first, that kiss, unplanned, instinctive. She'd fought me with everything she had. When her legs gave out, she dragged herself forward. When I shocked her unconscious, she woke up swinging. Most people would have broken, not her. She'd tried to kill me twice. First, swerving the car toward a cliff. Then digging my own gun from under the seat and firing without hesitation. The bullet grazed my ribs, but damn if it didn't send a thrill through me. Fearlessness like that. Rare, most begged, most bargained, not Vanessa. She met my eyes and pulled the trigger. My villa loomed ahead, warmth spilling from the fireplace as we stepped inside. Richard would deal with the bloody footprints later. Vanessa scanned the room, hunting for anything she could use against me. Predictable. I smirked, grabbing the first aid kit from the shelf. "Sit," I ordered, threading the needle. She didn't move. Of course she didn't. Added detail, the firelight flickered across her face, highlighting the defiance in her eyes. For the first time, I wondered if breaking her would be as satisfying as I'd imagined, or if her unshakable will might just break me instead. She leaned against the armrest of the couch, arms folded tight, the firelight catching in her eyes like flickering embers. My fingers worked the needle and thread, the sting of my wounds barely registering. "Trust me," I said, voice low. "You don't want me to repeat myself." I shrugged off my leather jacket, the fabric stiff with dried blood, then peeled away my long sleeve, tossing it onto the coffee table. Her gaze traveled over me, lingering on the ink covering my arms, each tattoo a story, a scar, a piece of me. The skeletal design on my left hand was half hidden beneath smeared blood, the bones etched in black like an X-ray. "Give me one good reason to listen to you," she challenged. I smirked. "Because I'll shove your hand into that fire just to hear you beg." The threat hung between us, sharp as the needle in my grip. She hesitated, then sat. "I can thread a needle," she admitted, "but I've never sewn skin before." "Then follow my lead." I dug the tweezers into the wound, gritting my teeth as I pried the bullet free. It clinked onto the table, right where guests usually set their whiskey glasses. Pressing gauze to the hole, I barely flinched. Pain was an old friend. The tattoos camouflaged most of the damage, though the women I took to bed always found them, tracing the scars with curious fingers. Once the bleeding slowed, I doused the wound with vodka, the burn almost comforting. "Now stitch it," I ordered. She worked in silence, her hands steady despite the disgust tightening her features. When she finished, she dropped the bloody tools onto the table. "I hate myself for helping you." "Better than screaming from degree burns," I shot back. Richard appeared in the doorway, his usual quiet presence. I'd picked him up off the streets of Milan years ago, a broken man who'd lost everything. Wife to cancer, son to a wreck, job to corporate greed. He had nothing left but survival, so I gave him purpose. Sir is everything. He cut himself off when he saw Vanessa. I told him 100 times to drop the title, but he never listened. Sir was for men with honor, and I was anything but. Lock up the guns, I said. Kill the Wi-Fi, block the signals. My guest here has a habit of fighting back. Richard nodded. Of course, sir, anything else? Food, now. He disappeared, leaving us alone. I grabbed a bottle of scotch, pouring a glass and downing it in one swallow, the heat spreading through me like a second pulse. Vanessa watched, her expression unreadable. I poured another, the silence between us thick with tension and something else, maybe curiosity, maybe danger. Either way, the night was far from over. Acting like a total jerk. Am I shrugged, barely paying attention. Pretty sure I've been this way since day one, unless you're just now catching on. Her emerald eyes flashed with frustration. If you're planning to murder me, can I at least get a drink first? Scotch, then, not some high-end Barsetti vintage. She grabbed the bottle and took a long swig straight from it, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. All right, what now? You in a hurry to die? Why drag it out? She shot back. I need to make sure your father never forgets this. The venom in her glare was almost impressive. What did my family even do to you? It was a shame, really. She was stunning when she was furious. Too bad I'd have to dump her body on the Barsetti's doorstep. She was paying for her parents' crimes, just like I had. They destroyed my life. How? They murdered my father, left my mother with nothing. His enemies took everything. She turned to the streets just to keep us alive. Then some lowlife killed her and tossed her in a dumpster. I was 10. For a second, Vanessa's expression actually shifted. Something like pity flickered in her eyes. I'm sorry about your mom. She wasn't the type to lie just to soften the blow. If she said it, she meant it. And damn if that didn't make me hesitate for half a second, but not long enough. If my parents killed your father, they must have had a reason. Oh, they did, a damn good one, but that didn't erase the wreck my life became. My father took your aunt as a slave, then he killed her. Bones. Her eyes went wide, darting to my tattoos like they were a dead giveaway. Your father was Bones. Yeah. She sucked in a sharp breath, like the air had just been punched out of her. I kept going. He bought your mother from the underground, kept her like property. Your father stole her, then fell for her. Together they killed mine. The shock on her face was real. Her lips trembled, eyes glazing over. My mom, he did that to her. For the first time, her tough exterior cracked. She pressed her hands to her face, shoulders shaking as she fought to keep it together. No, I turned away. Watching her fall apart was worse than I expected. Cut it out. The sound of her crying grated on me, the ragged breaths, the quiet sniffles. I didn't want to hear it. The moment she broke down in front of me wasn't for herself. It was for someone else's pain. Her hands dropped, her eyes squeezed shut like she was fighting to hold herself together. I apologized about your mother, she whispered, voice raw. How can you not feel anything for mine? My answer was cold, simple. Because I'm the villain here. You're not. I took a slow sip of scotch, letting the burn linger. I was tossed between orphanages, left with nothing when I should have had everything. My birthright was stolen, and I clawed my way up from nothing. I built my own empire, but I never forgot who took what was mine. Vanessa's gaze stayed fixed on the floor, tears still glistening. I'm sorry for what you went through, she said, voice steady. But my parents did what they had to. Don't act like your father was some saint, you just called him a rapist. He destroyed 2 women in my family, including the one I'm named after. What did you expect them to do? I won't lie, I'm glad he's dead. The world's better off without him. My jaw clenched, fury tightening my grip on the glass. She didn't back down. I'll say it again, she dared. I'm glad he's gone. The slap came before I could stop it. The force sent her sprawling, but she scrambled up fast, defiance burning in her eyes. The red mark on her cheek only made her angrier. "Your father was a monster," she spat, "and I hope he suffered." I lunged, my hands closing around her throat. For a second, I wanted to watch the life drain from her. My father was a bastard, I knew that. He got off on cruelty, but if he'd lived, maybe I wouldn't have been left with nothing. "Take it back," I growled, "or I'll end you." She clawed at my wrist, gasping but still glaring. "Never." A sharp jerk, then she spat in my face. I slammed her down hard enough to rattle the floorboards. "I'd rather die," she choked out. "My mother is the strongest person I know, and your father ruined her. He'll always be my enemy, dead or alive. And if you think I'll ever betray my family, even if they're not here to see it, you're wrong." She tilted her head back, baring her throat. "Do it, I don't care." My fingers twitched. I'd killed before easily. But something held me back. Maybe it was the fire in her eyes. Or maybe, for the first time, I saw someone who wasn't afraid of me. Vanessa demanded my respect all over again. The Barsetti legacy pulsed through her veins like a wildfire, and there was no mistaking Crow Barsetti's influence in her defiant stance. A pang of sympathy hit me. She had no clue about the ugly truth of her mother's past. Her parents had buried it deep, shielding her from the kind of pain no daughter should carry. The irony wasn't lost on me. Here I was, torn between wanting to comfort her and wanting to snap her neck. She sucked in ragged breaths, putting distance between us now that my grip had loosened. "What do I call you?" "You already know. Not unless you say it." I rolled up my sleeve, revealing the inked bones tracing my forearm, my namesake, my identity. Her gaze sharpened. "Your father's shadow follows you. Mine, my Aunt S. This feud isn't over, Vanessa. It's just getting started." She stood, chin high, defiance radiating off her despite the fact she barely reached my shoulder. "You built an empire from dirt. My father would have called that the mark of a real man, rising from nothing, standing on your own. You could walk away right now. End this cycle. Change everything." A minute ago, she was all fury and fire. Now, cool, calculated logic. That shift alone proved she was more than just a survivor, she was a leader. Sharp, relentless, impossible to ignore. My mother would still be alive if my father were here. My aunt would be too if yours hadn't pulled the trigger. I clenched my jaw. She had me there. Don't ask me for remorse when my family's the one bleeding. We fought back because we had to. Now we make wine, not war. Let it die. Not a chance. Her sigh was heavy, eyes narrowing like she was sizing up a lost cause. "You'll lose, Bones. Even if you take me out, my father won't stop until you're in pieces. This isn't revenge, it's suicide." She wasn't wrong. My life was already wrecked. No family, no future, just hollow victories and dead-end jobs. Happiness never met her. The Barsettis had everything I didn't: loyalty, love, a damn purpose. It burned worse than any wound. "Yeah, I know." Vanessa Bones led me upstairs to a dimly lit bedroom. "Richard left clothes for you," he muttered, nudging the door open before turning away like the conversation was over. I hesitated, more unsettled than before. "Thought you were gonna finish me." He stood there, bare-chested, blood drying on his skin. Every scar, every muscle told a story, one of violence, survival, and something darker. He turned back slowly, and for the first time I saw it: not just the killer, but the man who'd lost everything. His body was a canvas of ink, dark swirls covering every inch except for those piercing blue eyes that didn't match the rest of him. They were soft, almost kind, which made no sense given the cruelty in his voice. The rest of him was pure intimidation: thick arms, a chest like a barrel, and a back so defined it looked carved from stone. "Excited for what's coming?" he asked, his smirk sharp enough to cut glass. I swallowed hard. "I just want answers." Part of me still hoped he'd back down, that he'd realize this was insane. My parents had already been through hell. Losing me would destroy them. "Patience," he said, turning away, muscles shifting under his skin like something alive. "A good death takes planning." The bedroom was bare, just a bed, a nightstand, and a window with no bars. Not that it mattered. Outside was just miles of frozen wilderness. If I ran, I'd freeze before I made it 10 feet. Sitting on the mattress, I hugged my knees and let the tears come. My mother's past haunted me, how she'd been trapped, hurt, just like my aunt. My dad had saved her, loved her, but they never talked about it. Now I knew why. Bones wasn't bluffing. He wanted me to suffer, to make my family feel every second of it. A quick death. Too easy. He'd drag it out. That kiss against the van, what the hell was that? I shot him and he kissed me like he was starving for it. Maybe I could use that. He was terrifying but undeniably attractive. If playing along meant survival, I'd do it. Sex was just a transaction. Keep my mind numb, get home alive. Sleep wasn't an option. Every creak of the house had me jerking upright, heart pounding. If I closed my eyes, I wasn't sure I'd wake up. The tension in that room was thicker than the walls surrounding us. I was trapped in my enemy's home, every muscle coiled tight, waiting for whatever twisted game he'd play next. Would he come for my throat in the dark, or something else entirely? But the night passed without a sound, until the door swung open at dawn. No knock, no warning. Just Bones standing there in dark jeans and a black tee, his sharp eyes locking onto me where I sat perched on the bed, still in yesterday's clothes, unwashed and wired from lack of sleep. His smirk was infuriating. "You didn't sleep a wink, did you?" I didn't uncross my arms. "Your door doesn't lock." Like that would stop me. He mirrored my stance, head tilting just enough to make my skin prickle. "At least I'd hear you coming," I shot back. His grin widened. "And then what?" "You de-fight me off barehanded, with everything I've got." For a second, something flickered in his gaze, something almost like approval. "Respect. If you weren't a Barsetti, I might actually enjoy your company. Too bad I'd still hate you either way." That earned me a laugh, low and rough. "Damn, you're mouthy. I like it." His eyes dropped to my lips. Liked kissing it, too. Heat flared under my skin, but I refused to look away. "Surprised you didn't push for more." His brows lifted. "You wanted me to." "No," I snapped. "But after that kiss, I figured it was coming." He stepped closer, the scent of soap and something darker clinging to him. Clean-shaven, unfairly handsome. If we'd met under different circumstances, I might have been the one chasing him. The thought pissed me off. How was I supposed to outmaneuver someone I didn't understand? I'd shot him and he'd kissed me. None of it added up. "Why did you kiss me?" He shrugged. "Why not?" "I expected a knife in my ribs, not your tongue in my mouth." Another step. His thigh brushed the mattress. "Most women wouldn't have pulled that trigger, but you didn't even blink." His voice dropped. "I liked that. I still want you dead." His grin turned wolfish. "See, that's what I'm talking about, that fire. You get off on me hating you, on you not backing down." His gaze dragged over me, slow and deliberate. "Guess I've got a type." The air between us crackled. I could use this. Play along, let him think he'd won. My body for my freedom, no shame in survival. His eyes darkened as they traced my throat, my collarbones lower. The game was on. His gaze traveled slowly down the length of my legs before locking back onto mine, lingering there for what felt like an eternity. There was something unreadable in his expression, expectation maybe, like he was silently asking for my consent. The irony wasn't lost on me. This man was a predator, a killer, the son of a monster. Every instinct screamed that he wanted me, that he could take whatever he pleased. But he didn't. He just stood there, towing the line without crossing it. "You won't force me," I whispered, more to myself than to him. His eyes darkened, sharpening like a blade. "Why wouldn't I?" Without another word, he turned and walked toward the door, pausing just long enough to toss a chilling promise over his shoulder. "1 hour, Vanessa, that's all you have left." My pulse hammered in my throat. "You're really going through with it?" He turned back, fingers tightening around the doorknob. "I warned you, respect doesn't change anything. Neither does wanting you. This was always the endgame." His voice was eerily calm. "I'll kill you and I'll savor every second." When the door creaked open an hour later, he hadn't even bothered to change. Same clothes, same cold detachment. I stayed frozen on the bed, my breath shallow. "You can make this easy," he said, "or you can make it hard." A dry sob caught in my throat. No escape. No last-minute rescue. My parents didn't even know I was gone. The thought of their grief twisted inside me worse than my own fear. I wasn't begging for my life, I was begging for theirs. "How?" I managed to choke out. He didn't blink. "You don't want to know." Curling into myself, I fought to keep my breathing steady. He crossed the room in 3 strides, his presence suffocating. I'd tried to outmaneuver him before, schemes, fights, desperate pleas, but he was always 2 steps ahead. Effortlessly, he bent and lifted me, cradling me like something fragile. My arms wound around his neck on instinct, my face pressed into the curve of his shoulder. It was sick, the way my body sought comfort in the arms of the man about to end me. Downstairs, the room was clinical, blue plastic sheeting, a camera mounted in the corner, a black body bag waiting. My whole body trembled as he set me down. His hands were methodical, stripping away my shirt, then my bra. His gaze raked over me, lingering on my skin like he was memorizing it. The button of my jeans popped open, the zipper hissed down, and then I was left in nothing but my underwear. The air was cold. So was his touch. And yet, for a fleeting second, I thought I saw something flicker in his eyes, hesitation, maybe even regret. But then it was gone. His grip tightened on my hips as he pressed his face against my stomach, his hunger practically radiating off him. His lips trailed lower, teasing the edge of my belly before he hooked his fingers into my thong and slid it down my legs. Each slow kiss along my thighs sent a fresh wave of dread through me. This wasn't passion, it was control. By the time my underwear pooled at my ankles, I knew exactly how this would end. Stripped bare, terrified, forgotten. I deserved more than this. He smirked as he stuffed my panties into his pocket, a sick souvenir for later, when I was nothing but a memory. "Get down." His voice turned icy, all traces of warmth gone. The man who just kissed my skin like a lover now loomed over me, a predator. I hesitated, defiance flaring in my chest. His glare sharpened. "I won't ask twice." I lowered myself slowly, my knees hitting the cold plastic sheet beneath me. He circled behind, securing my wrists with rough cable ties. Helpless, exposed, just another disposable stain on his pristine floors. He stepped away, heading for the camera set up in the corner. I wouldn't let fear break me. If this was the end, I'd face it with my chin up, my pride intact. But I had one last play. "Take me instead," I whispered, forcing my voice steady. "You don't want to kill me, Bones, you want to keep me." He paused, his back still turned. A gamble, but he hadn't touched me like this before. The way his lips lingered on my skin wasn't part of his usual routine. Even monsters had cravings. "One night won't save you," he said flatly. "You're not the type to trade your dignity for time. Try me once and you'll never let me go." It wasn't confidence, it was survival. I'd say anything to make him hesitate. For a heartbeat, he stood frozen, considering. Then the camera light flicked on. No, the suitcase clicked open. Metal glinted as he lifted the knife, its edge catching the light. Reality crashed over me. This wasn't a bad dream, no last-minute rescue. Just me, the blade, and the hum of the recording. My breath hitched, but I refused to sob. If my parents ever saw this, I'd make sure they remembered my strength, not my fear. Bones moved behind me, his fingers tangling in my hair as he yanked my head back. Cold steel kissed my throat. "Any final words?" he murmured. My pulse hammered against the blade. One last chance to speak. "Mom, Dad," I swallowed hard. "Don't chase him. Don't let my death start another war. Pour a glass of wine, toast to me, and let it end here." I resisted him with everything I had, even as he held my life in his hands. He still didn't truly own me. "Don't retaliate," I begged. "No more Barsettis should fall because of this feud. He's baiting you, don't take it. Please, I love you all, this is goodbye." I shut my eyes, bracing for the cold bite of steel. I didn't want to see it coming. But the cut never came. The knife stayed pressed to my skin, unmoving. His grip trembled. I opened my eyes, locking onto the blinking red light of the camera. Was he hesitating or just savoring the control? Damn it! He yanked the blade away, slicing through my restraints instead. Then he stormed toward the camera, not to turn it off, but to destroy it. The knife came down in a frenzy, shattering the lens before he tore through the room like a hurricane. Furniture splintered under his rage, his muscles coiled tight with fury. I sat frozen, watching as he drove the blade into the wall with enough force to bury it halfway. When he finally turned back to me, his glare was molten. Every vein in his neck pulsed, his fists clenching like he might finish what he started, but with his bare hands this time. For a long, tense moment, neither of us moved. Then, without warning, he lunged. His mouth crashed into mine, rough and desperate. I kissed him back, my body pressed beneath his, adrenaline and relief blurring my thoughts. Maybe I'd live another day. Maybe this was just another kind of trap. But right now, survival tasted like his lips. His shirt came off in one sharp tug, revealing a body carved from pure strength. My hands traced the ridges of his abs, the heat of his skin searing my fingertips. If this was the price of staying alive, I'd pay it and buy myself time to escape later. But as his kiss deepened, logic dissolved. His hands tangled in my hair, his groan vibrating against my lips. Every inch of him was power, and for now, that power was mine the moment my hands met his skin. I knew I was dealing with something wild, untamed and electric. Every inch of him radiated raw masculinity, from the way his muscles tensed under my touch to the way his lips claimed mine with a hunger I'd never experienced. This wasn't sweet or tender. It was primal, a collision of heat and need that left me breathless. And yet, despite the hatred simmering between us, my body betrayed me, craving more. I reached for the waistband of his jeans, ready to push past the last barrier between us, but something shifted. The air turned sharp, and just like that, he broke away, his expression darkening as if the kiss had only stoked his fury. He shoved off me with a growl, storming out without a word, leaving me sprawled on the plastic sheet, skin still humming from his touch. The scent of him clung to me, mixing with the adrenaline still coursing through my veins. 5 minutes ago, death had been inches away. Now, I was alive because of his hesitation. A gamble I wasn't sure would last. Bones, the desk beneath my palms, was the only solid thing left in a world that had just tilted off its axis. Shirtless, still burning with the heat of rage, I glared out the window at the snow-dusted peaks beyond Lake Garda. Winter here was supposed to be peaceful, a quiet escape from the chaos in my head. But tonight, the fire crackling in the hearth did nothing to quiet the storm inside me. Her panties were still stuffed in my pocket, a twisted souvenir I'd planned to use later, a final, degrading victory. But then she'd opened her damn mouth, not with pleas or curses, but with a calm surrender that cut deeper than any blade. She'd turned her own death into some noble sacrifice, like she was martyring herself to end a war I'd spent years feeding. And the worst part, it worked. I'd had the knife at her throat, felt her pulse racing under the steel. The fear was there, but so was that stubborn pride. No tears, no begging, just quiet acceptance. For the first time, I saw her clearly. Not as prey, not as revenge, but as someone who deserved my respect. And that pissed me off more than anything. This wasn't something just any woman could pull off. Vanessa was a Barsetti, someone I should have hated, someone I wanted to hate. But damn if I didn't actually like her. How the hell do you kill someone you respect? What a messed up situation. I holed up in my office for hours, ignoring Richard when he knocked with lunch, then dinner. Food was the last thing on my mind. Letting her walk away wasn't an option. I'd look weak, and my reputation would be toast. Worse, she'd run straight to her family, and then I'd have a whole new problem. Revenge slipping through my fingers was bad enough, but signing my own death warrant? Yeah, no thanks. Sir. Richard's voice cut through my thoughts as I stepped out of the shower. Towel slung low on my hip sleep had been a joke last night. Too much time replaying the sight of her panties tucked in my drawer. Regret and frustration kept me tossing until dawn. "Call me Bones, Richard." He hesitated, shifting uncomfortably in his jeans and button-down. "You've been saying that for years, still doesn't feel right." "Well, you calling me sir doesn't feel right either." I shot him a look, waiting. He clasped his hands, clearly uneasy. "Your guest is asking for you." Of course she was. I'd been dodging this conversation, but avoiding it only made me feel like a coward. "She outside," a nod. "Send her in." Vanessa walked in moments later, drowning in borrowed clothes, Richard's idea, no doubt. The oversized tee and jeans should have looked ridiculous, but she could have worn a garbage bag and still turned heads. No makeup, hair messy, and yet she had this effortless glow, those sharp cheekbones and piercing green eyes hitting me like a punch to the gut. And damn if my body didn't react, towel doing little to hide it. She locked onto my face, fighting not to glance down. Like it mattered, she'd already seen me without a shirt. "I can come back later if," spit it out. "I don't have all day." She swallowed, steeling herself. "I just wanted to." I let the towel drop. Her breath hitched. Even half-hard, I wasn't exactly modest. Fully. Let's just say it's a good thing she wasn't holding anything fragile. "Oh, wow, okay." Grinning, I yanked on a pair of boxers. "Now we're even." A faint blush crept up her cheeks, first time I'd seen her rattled. Score one for me the moment I shoved her to the ground and warned her I could end her life. She didn't flinch. But the second her eyes dropped to my bare chest and lower, that unshakable confidence wavered. Amusing. I stood there in nothing but my black boxer briefs, watching her reaction. "Problem?" She hugged her arms tight, pushing her curves together like a shield. "Aren't you going to put on actual clothes? This is dressed." Some men thought power came from a tailored suit or body armor. Wrong. Real intimidation was standing there, muscles flexed, needing nothing but your own strength. Vanessa's throat tightened, her discomfort obvious. She tried to play it cool, but I was learning her tells. "Sleep okay?" Like a rock. Her voice steadied, grateful for the distraction. But her gaze flicked down again and my body responded. The more she squirmed, the more I enjoyed it. 2 days without rest, I was out the second my head hit the pillow. I'd barely slept. Funny how the night I planned to kill her, I slept like a damn angel. "So," she cut in, blunt as ever, "what's the plan?" "You letting me walk out of here?" "Not a chance." "No," her jaw set. "Then what? My family's not stupid. They'll notice I'm gone." "Your phone-'s been quiet." I'd been monitoring it. The second her mom called and got no answer, things would escalate. "I talk to my mama every few days. You really think yours won't panic?" The way she said mama, soft, affectionate, got to me. I despised her family, but her loyalty, admirable. Even with death on the table, she wouldn't sell them out. She'd rather die than risk them charging in blindly. That kind of grit was rare. "We'll deal with it when it happens." Her eyes narrowed. "If I'm staying, what's your move?" She'd already tried bargaining, offered herself up, promised I'd be addicted after one night. Bold. And damn if it didn't stir something in me. But that wasn't why she was still breathing. I stayed silent. Most of my captives didn't last a day. The lake had plenty of company thanks to me. Vanessa didn't miss my hesitation. "Why am I still alive?" "Who says you will be?" A flicker of tension, then steel in her stare. "If you wanted me dead, I'd be gone already." I smirked. She was learning there was something electrifying about how she pushed back at me, never holding her tongue. "I never took you for a fool," I said, my voice low. "Don't prove me wrong now." Her defiance only made the tension thicker. "Then why am I still breathing?" I closed the distance between us, my height casting a shadow over her. My fingers grazed her cheek, catching the faint scent of her shampoo, nothing artificial, just her. The memory of striking her flashed in my mind, the contrast between that violence and the softness of her skin now making my pulse quicken. "Killing you wasn't the point," I murmured. "But don't mistake mercy for freedom." Her eyes sharpened, dissecting my words. What's that supposed to mean? You'll figure it out. My hand dropped to my waistband, tugging it down without hesitation. She didn't look away, and I didn't blame her. I knew what I had: thick, long, the kind that made women forget their own names. I'd seen it happen before, the way their resistance melted when I hit just the right spot. Vanessa was no different. Even when she fought me, her body betrayed her. That kiss against the van, she gave as good as she got. But this wasn't about force. My father's sins were his own, and I refused to repeat them. Still, that didn't mean I wasn't owed something. She studied me, her breath shallow. You expect me to just call it gratitude, I said, for letting you live. Her laugh was sharp. You also said you might change your mind. I smirked. Then give me a reason not to. The air between us crackled. She could have walked away, no consequences, no strings, but she didn't. Instead, she lifted her chin. If I do this, you let me walk out that door. I exhaled through my nose. Bargaining with her was beneath me, but my body didn't care. The thought of taking her, of making her forget everything but me, had my blood roaring. You can leave the house, I conceded. Her gaze didn't waver. A beat passed, then another. The choice was hers, and damn if I didn't want her to choose me. Promise. Her voice was soft but insistent, those dark eyes locked onto mine. Guys like me don't do promises. I smirked, watching the way her lips pursed in frustration. But when you do, you keep them. Damn, the way she said it, like she already knew me, sent a jolt straight through me. My grip tightened on the counter behind me, knuckles whitening. Fine, I promise. Satisfied, she closed the distance between us, her fingers brushing against my wrist. Then we have a deal. The second she agreed, my arms snaked around her waist, pulling her flush against me. The thin fabric of her shirt did nothing to hide the dip of her spine, the way her body curved under my touch. I'd memorized every inch of her with my eyes, but feeling her, small, defiant, alive, was something else entirely. My cock strained against my jeans, pressing into her stomach. Instead of kissing her, I leaned in, my lips grazing the shell of her ear. Her breath hitched, warm against my skin. Here's another promise, I murmured, fingers tangling in her hair. I'll ruin you for anyone else. The history between us was ugly. My father had destroyed her family, left scars neither of us could ignore. But right now, with the firelight flickering over her skin, none of that mattered. The tension between us was raw, undeniable. She exhaled sharply when I nudged her backward, guiding her down onto the rug. For a heartbeat, she resisted, shoulders stiff. Trust me, I said, voice rough. You'll want him ready. The thought of her tight, untouched by anyone like me, made my pulse spike. Finally, she sank to her knees, and damn if that sight didn't make me harder. Vanessa Barsetti, proud as hell, on her knees for me. I stepped closer, guiding myself toward her mouth. Start slow, I ordered, watching the way her lashes fluttered. Her lips brushed my skin, tentative at first. Then her tongue traced a path that had my abs clenching, my breath catching between my teeth. The wet heat of her mouth, the way she took her time, she was killing me. The fire crackled, but all I heard was the slick sound of her lips around me, the quiet gasp she let out when I tangled my fingers in her hair. Women like her didn't just belong to kings. They made them. She took her time studying me, her eyes lingering as if mentally preparing for the challenge ahead. I wasn't going anywhere. Tonight was ours, and patience was part of the game. If she had trouble fitting me in her mouth, well, that was just a preview of what was coming. Her tongue traced a slow path up my length, her body shifting as she rose onto her knees. One hand steadied herself on my thigh while the other guided her movements. When she reached the tip, a bead of precum glistened, and she didn't hesitate, just flicked her tongue over it, savoring the taste. My fingers tangled in her hair, and I exhaled sharply as she sank back down, angling me toward her lips. The hesitation was obvious. She knew what she was dealing with. And judging by the way her fingers tightened around my base, she hadn't encountered anything like me before. That realization sent a rush of satisfaction through me, though I kept my smirk in check. Then she took me in, flattening her tongue as she pushed forward, swallowing the first few inches like a pro, but even skill had its limits. Her jaw strained, her throat working to accommodate more. "Almost there," I murmured, guiding her head with a firm grip. She adjusted, opening wider, and I felt the tight heat of her throat as she pushed deeper. The rhythm was slow, deliberate, her spit slicking me down with every pass. She knew what she was doing, no teeth, just smooth, practiced motions. But even experience had its breaking point. Every few strokes, she'd pull back, gasping, her hand taking over while she caught her breath. Not that I minded. She made up for the pauses with enthusiasm, her grip firm, her mouth eager when she dove back in. By the time my body tensed, signaling the inevitable, I tugged her off. "On your back," I ordered. She wiped her lips with the back of her hand, then stood, peeling off her clothes with a confidence that told me she was far from done. The anticipation was mutual. The moment Vanessa stripped off her jeans and underwear, I knew I was in trouble. Even though I'd seen her bare before, there was something about the way she lay on my bed, knees pressed together, head resting against the pillow, that sent a jolt of heat straight through me. My boxers hit the floor, and I climbed over her, the mattress dipping under my weight as she sank slightly beneath me. Her body was unreal, smooth skin, a flat stomach, and breasts that made my hands itch to touch. No woman had ever looked this good in my bed. Dark fantasies flickered in the back of my mind, tying her wrists to the headboard, taking what I wanted, but the reality was better. She was here because she wanted to be. I hooked my arms behind her knees, spreading her wide, savoring the way her breath hitched as I pressed against her. She tensed, her nipples hardening, eyes fluttering shut for a second before she exhaled, her chest flushing a deep red. I hovered over her, grinding slow, watching every reaction. Then I kissed her soft, deliberate, nothing like the rushed encounters I usually preferred. Funny how things change. Normally, I couldn't care less about kissing. That was for love-struck idiots or teenagers. But with Vanessa, damn, her lips were addictive. She kissed me back, hands finally moving, tracing the lines of my arms, my shoulders, like she was memorizing me. Every time I hit just the right spot, her nails dug in, and I knew she was just as lost in this as I was. This wasn't some transaction anymore. No bargaining, no power plays, just two people chasing the same high. And I was done waiting. Her slick heat welcomed me as I lined up, her body arching slightly, silently begging for more. The way she kissed me now, hungry, impatient, told me everything. She wanted this. Bad. And I was more than ready to give it to her. The tension between us was electric as I eased inside her, her body responding instantly. A smirk tugged at my lips when I saw the way her eyes darkened with desire. "You can't pretend you don't want this," I murmured against her mouth before pulling back to study her face. The conflict was clear. She hated me, but her body betrayed her. She stiffened as I pushed deeper, her hands suddenly pressing against my chest. "Wait, condom," she demanded, her voice sharp. I wasn't about to stop now. "You're covered," I said, nodding toward the faint mark on her arm. "I notice everything." Her glare hardened. "That's not the point. You expect me to trust you after everything." "Have I given you a reason not to?" I countered, watching her hesitate. "I don't take risks, but with you, I'm making an exception." "You don't get to decide that," she snapped, but her body arched slightly, betraying her words. I moved deeper, feeling her resistance melt into reluctant surrender. Her nails bit into my skin as she adjusted, her breath hitching. "You're not making this easy," she muttered, but the fire in her eyes told a different story. "Good things never are," I replied, savoring the way her body clenched around me. She was tight, almost painfully so, but the way she responded, every gasp, every shiver was worth it. I kept my pace slow, deliberate, letting her feel every inch. Damn it, she breathed, her head tilting back. You're not playing fair. I chuckled, pressing closer. Since when have I ever played fair? Her breath caught as I shifted, hitting just the right spot. The way her body arched told me everything I needed to know. She might hate me, but right now, she couldn't deny this. And neither could Aishi was adjusting to me, her body slowly yielding as I watched every flicker of emotion cross her face. The way her eyes glistened with unshed tears only fueled my desire, making the moment even hotter. Her fingers dug into my shoulders, nails leaving crescent marks as she clung to me, her breath hitching through parted lips. Then something shifted, her resistance melted, and she began to move with me, her body welcoming mine. The friction turned slick, her pleasure undeniable as I pushed deeper, matching her rhythm. Her hands slid down my chest, her teeth sinking into her lower lip again and again. A flush spread across her skin, sweat beading, despite the fact that I was the one driving us forward. I knew what was coming. Look at me, I murmured, catching her lip between my teeth before kissing her hard. Let go, she shook her head, stubborn even now. I can't. I wasn't having it. I drove into her harder, the bed frame creaking beneath us until her protests dissolved into gasps. Her nails raked down my back, her body arching as pleasure overtook her. The way she clenched around me was intoxicating, tight, desperate, like she was trying to hold on and let go all at once. Stop fighting it, I growled, my own control fraying. Just feel it. And then she did. Her back bowed, her cries filling the room as she shattered beneath me. The sight of her, flushed, trembling, completely undone, was almost too much. I followed her over the edge, my release hitting me like a freight train, every muscle locking as I emptied into her. For a long moment, we stayed like that, tangled together, breathless. Then, as the haze of pleasure faded, something else flickered in her eyes, embarrassment, maybe, or disbelief. She could try to pretend it hadn't happened, but we both knew better. That wasn't just any climax. That was surrender. The warmth of her body lingered as I eased out of her, the sensation still electric even as my arousal faded. Rolling onto my back, I felt the damp sheets cling to my skin, the air thick with the scent of sweat and satisfaction. She curled beside me, pulling the blanket up to shield herself, though it hardly mattered. Every curve, every breath she took was etched into my memory. The crackling fire had dwindled to embers, casting a dim glow across the room. Normally, I wouldn't let anyone stay the night, especially not someone like Vanessa. But exhaustion had its way of bending the rules. Should I go? She murmured, propping herself up on one elbow, the sheet still clutched to her chest. I smirked without opening my eyes. Suit yourself, but I'm not done with you yet, she exhaled sharply. You really think I'd just lie here and wait for round 2? Wouldn't be the first time someone underestimated me. Finally, I cracked an eye open, meeting her defiant stare. Go ahead, try something, see how far it gets you. Her fingers twitched like she was considering it. One good hit is all it takes. Sweetheart, bullets barely slow me down. You really think a cheap shot's gonna change that? I stretched, lazily folding my arms behind my head. Besides, you won't do it. You're smarter than that. She scoffed but didn't argue. Morning came too soon, sunlight slicing through the curtains. I hadn't moved an inch, still sprawled in the same spot, while Vanessa had shifted closer in the night, probably chasing warmth. The fire had long since died, leaving the room chilled. She slept soundly, lips slightly parted, dark hair fanned across the pillow. The contrast of her skin against the white sheets was stark, a reminder of how different we were. And yet, she hadn't tried a thing. Smart girl. She knew the stakes. One wrong move and the fragile truce between us would shatter. I studied her for a long moment, the quiet rise and fall of her chest, before pushing myself up. The game wasn't over yet. The morning light filtered through the curtains, casting a soft glow on her pale skin, a gift from her American mother. My fingers traced the curve of her waist as I admired her, the contrast between her dark hair and my own sun-kissed strands making her even more striking. She was flawless, the kind of woman who made a man forget his own name. The thought of ending her life still sent a thrill through me, but right now, I had a different kind of hunger. She stirred as I pulled her closer, her body warm and pliant against mine. Her sleepy protest was half-hearted, muffled against my shoulder as I slid inside her. "Seriously," she mumbled, her voice thick with exhaustion. I smirked, pressing deeper. "Go back to sleep if you want." Last night had been slow, deliberate. This morning, raw and relentless. The bed frame groaned in protest as I drove into her, her nails digging into my skin as she arched beneath me. She wasn't awake enough to fight it, or maybe she just didn't want to. Either way, I wasn't stopping. By the time I finished, she was gasping, her body trembling under mine. I left her there, spent and breathless, before pulling on my clothes and heading out. "Where are you going?" she called after me, but I didn't answer. The phone rang twice before Max picked up. "Took you long enough," he drawled. "Thought you'd finally gotten yourself killed." I rolled my eyes. "You'd miss me too much." "Not a chance," he shot back, but I could hear the smirk in his voice. "Self-preservation is my only priority," he said flatly. I smirked, catching the half-truth in his words. "So he's gone." Permanently, Lake Garda's got a new resident. Pretty spot, too nice for a guy like him. "Yeah, but freezing as hell down there. I'll check with my client and transfer the payment." "Good." Killing was my trade, clean, efficient, and lucrative. No office politics, no micromanagement, just a target and the freedom to handle it my way. The money kept me in designer suits and penthouse views, not the empire I was supposed to inherit, but enough to live like a king. Ran into a problem, though. His expression darkened. "What kind?" Some woman saw everything. I had my blade at her throat. Then I realized who she was. "You knew her." The irony wasn't lost on me. The Barsettis, my family's sworn enemies, and here was Vanessa walking right into my path. I'd spotted her brother Conway once, skulking around the underground, but he didn't have her fire. "Vanessa Barsetti." A sharp exhale. "Jesus, what'd you do?" "Took her." "You ended her, right?" Silence. "If she talks, I know the stakes. And you still didn't do it." "I tried, mostly. Didn't exactly go as planned." "Since when do you hesitate?" "Since never." Ruthlessness was my brand. Emotions were a foreign language, mercy a myth, but here I was, tangled in something I couldn't slice my way out of. "Let's just say she's useful now." Max didn't press for details. "And when her family notices she's gone." "Still working on that. Maybe let her walk, but with strings attached." "How?" "TBD. Don't get cocky, she's a Barsetti." A slow grin spread as I remembered her defiance, how she fought, how she shot me. Most men would have crumbled, not her. That bloodline made her dangerous. And hell, maybe that was the thrill. "Oh, I know." Vanessa Bones vanished after last night. No goodbye, no warning, just gone. I showered, dressed in the loose clothes left on the bed, and tried not to think about the mess I was in. Trading my body for freedom, disgusting. And yet, I'd fought him, refused to let him win, refused to admit that my body betrayed me. How could I want the man who'd held a blade to my neck? But the worst part, I wasn't sure I hated it. The rain wasn't just drizzling. It had drowned me, leaving me drenched in humiliation. Every drop felt like another reason to despise him more. His arrogance was unbearable, his control suffocating. That morning, he'd taken what he wanted without hesitation, treating me like an object rather than a person. And the worst part, my body betrayed me again. I tried rationalizing it, blaming biology, telling myself any friction in the right place could spark a reaction. But deep down, I knew the truth. No one had ever made me feel like that before. Not the sweet guys, not even the ones with movie star looks. There had been passion, sure, but nothing like this raw, overwhelming intensity. Why did fate have such a cruel sense of humor? The best sex of my life, and it was with the one man I was supposed to hate, the man my family had been at war with for generations. If only I'd taken a different street. If only I'd never wandered into that part of town. The mansion loomed over me, perched high on a snow-covered mountainside. Through the windows, the view was stunning, endless white peaks, no sign of civilization. Not that it mattered. Even if I could sneak into the garage, navigating the icy roads would be a death wish. I barely had experience driving in snow, and he'd catch me before I made it halfway down the mountain. Then Richard appeared, casual in his jeans, nothing like the stiff, formal butler's I was used to. "Vanessa, Bones wants you at dinner." "Ms. Barsetti," I snapped, clinging to the last shred of dignity I had left. He barely blinked. "Dinner's ready, you coming?" "Do I have an actual choice?" He shrugged. "You can say no. He'll just send me back, or he'll come himself. Either way, you'll end up at that table. But hey, at least you'll feel like you had a say, even if it's all an illusion." Depressing, but true. In this gilded prison, my defiance only amused him, and that somehow made it worse. "So," Richard clasped his hands. "What's it gonna be?" My stomach growled. Fighting on an empty stomach didn't sound smart. "What's on the menu?" "Steak, potatoes, greens, his favorite." Damn, that actually sounded good. "Dessert." A smirk tugged at his lips. "Blueberry pie with ice cream." Well, at least the food was decent. "Fine, let's go." Dinner with him was always an event. Back when I lived with my parents, I never had to think about food. Our personal chef whipped up gourmet meals like it was nothing. I took those 5-star dishes for granted. Now, my kitchen skills peaked at slapping together PB and JS and tearing open a bag of chips. Why bother learning to cook when I'd never come close to Lars' level? Hiring a chef wasn't an option either, not with my empty bank account. The dining room was all sharp edges and cold elegance, dominated by a massive window framing the snow-dusted mountains outside. Bones was already there, nursing a glass of scotch with the bottle half gone. His gaze locked onto me the second I walked in, intense as ever, like he couldn't decide whether to throttle me or drag me to bed. I slid into the chair across from him, unfazed. "Wine." Richard held up a bottle of Barsetti Vineyards Red, a not-so-subtle dig at my family. "Wow, you really went all out to make me feel welcome," I deadpanned, holding out my glass. "And yeah, fill it up." Richard poured, then disappeared into the kitchen, leaving me alone with Bones. Not that it changed anything. The man stared like I was some fascinating exhibit, no shame, no hesitation. His broad shoulders blocked the chair behind him, ink creeping up his neck from under his shirt. He took a slow sip, silent for once, those icy blue eyes never wavering. Most people would squirm under that kind of scrutiny, not me. If you ignored the whole crime lord thing, he was almost painfully good-looking, the kind of guy who'd walk into a dive bar and have every woman's attention in seconds. What a waste. "You're staring," he finally said, setting his glass down. His forearm flexed against the table, veins stark against the muscle. "Pot, meet kettle." His smirk was all dark amusement. "You really want to know what's going on in my head? Pretty sure I've already survived the worst of it. Or the best." He took another drink, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. I kept my expression blank, but the tension between us crackled like static. The way he looked at me sent a shiver down my spine, not just from desire, but something darker. "You're breathtaking like this," he murmured, his voice rough. "No makeup, just that dark hair and golden skin. You don't need a damn thing to be perfect." He drained his whiskey, slamming the glass onto the table. "So tell me what's going on in that head of yours." "Don't call me baby," I snapped. His smirk was infuriating. "I'll call you whatever I damn well please, now answer." I hated that part of me liked his raw honesty. "I was thinking how sad it is that someone like you wastes their life like this." "Like what?" He leaned back, arms crossed. "I've got mansions, cars, a damn butler. What's sad about that?" "Money doesn't mean happiness," I shot back. My best memories weren't about luxury. They were laughing with friends under the Italian sun, sharing cheap wine and fresh bread. His expression hardened. Interrupt me again and we'll have a problem. I bit my tongue, sensing danger. You think I should be ashamed? His voice dropped icy. My mom worked the streets so I could eat. No fancy schools, no trust fund, just her making sure I had shoes so kids wouldn't laugh at me. Leaned forward, eyes locked on mine. You judging her too? No, I said firmly. Good, his stare was relentless. Never question what a mother sacrifices. A pang hit me. My own mother had hidden her pain to shield me, but I wouldn't back down. I do judge you for murder, for kidnapping me, for demanding sex like it's some twisted bargain. He laughed, low and knowing. You wanted me just as much. My face burned. That's not 2 minutes, he cut in. That's all it took to make you scream. You clawed my back, begged for more. Don't pretend now. His grin was ruthless. Every time I touched you, you melted. Even with a knife at your throat, you kissed me back. Admit it. The truth hung between us, heavy and undeniable. You might not call me a good man, but you'll always get the truth from me, and I expect the same from you. For the first time, someone left me completely speechless, not by silencing me, but by saying something I couldn't argue with. Every word he spoke was undeniable, especially when we both knew it was true. Whether I wanted you or not, I want my freedom. Freedom isn't a right, it's a privilege. Tell that to the law. In my world, there is no law, just my rules. I folded my arms, my hunger vanishing as the conversation turned dangerous. Fear prickled at the edges of my mind, but I refused to let it show. Still, there was no denying how dangerous he was. He hadn't hurt me yet, but his temper was unpredictable. When do I get to leave? He poured himself another drink, his tone unsettlingly casual. You'll walk out of here in a few days. The way he said it, identical to last time, sent a chill through me. My mother will call soon. She hasn't yet. You've been watching my phone, obviously. Can I have it back? He laughed darkly before taking a sip. Just then, Richard entered with our dinner, 2 perfectly cooked steaks, roasted potatoes, and asparagus. He set the plates down, refilled my wine, and left a basket of warm bread before disappearing. The rich aroma brought my appetite roaring back, and I didn't hesitate to dig in. Bones watched me for a moment before starting on his own meal. So what am I supposed to do until then? Don't be an idiot. He sliced into his steak, chewing slowly. I like you better when you're sharp, even if you never know when to stop talking. Your only job is to stay exactly where I put you while I take what I want. He took another bite like this was normal dinner conversation. A shiver ran down my spine, one that made me hate myself for reacting at all. I thought this was just one night. You're the one who said I wouldn't stop wanting you. Guess you were right. His gaze locked onto mine as he chewed, the air between us thickening. You really think that'll change in a few days? He swallowed, the silence stretching. Probably not. But you promised to let me go. I said you could leave the house. Is that the same thing? No answer. I told you you're never getting away from me, whether you're locked up or free. The second I walk out that door, you lose all control. His smirk was infuriating. You've never seen real power before. The certainty in his voice made me hesitate. I came from power, my father, my uncle, my mother, who never backed down. But my family had left that life behind. And now I was trapped in it again. His authority wasn't built on fear. It was earned through respect. But Bones, he was something else entirely, a kind of opponent I didn't know how to handle. Finish your food, he muttered, eyes dropping to his plate for the first time. Every slight movement made his muscles flex, his body a dense mass of power. He wasn't just big, he was carved, every inch of him tight and defined, like his frame barely contained the strength beneath. And I knew exactly how heavy he was. I'd felt it firsthand. I forced myself to keep eating, fork clinking against the plate, already dreading what came after dinner. With anyone else, the thought would have turned my stomach. But no matter how much I resented him, I couldn't lie to myself. There was something about him that pulled me in. Stepping into his bedroom was like walking into another world. A deep red rug sprawled beneath the bed, and the fireplace, massive, reaching nearly to the ceiling, cast flickering light across the dark wood furniture. Paintings of Lake Garda's shores made it feel like some secluded alpine retreat, not a private estate just outside Milan. Then my gaze landed on the bed. Black lace. A push-up bra, a scrap of a thong, and a note in his rough scrawl, "Put this on, baby." I scoffed at the word baby, crumpling the paper and tossing it aside. Still, I held the lingerie up, examining the barely there fabric. Not exactly my usual style. I'd never dressed up like this for anyone, never had a reason to. My relationships never lasted long enough to warrant it. Slipping into the lingerie, I caught my reflection in his vanity. No makeup, just my dark hair framing my face. Without my usual eyeliner or bold lipstick, I felt exposed. Bones might prefer me like this, but I missed the armor of my usual look. Not that I should care what he thinks. The bathroom door clicked open. He stepped out, still damp from the shower, no towel in sight this time. His eyes locked onto me, slow and deliberate, tracing every curve of the lace. Starting at my throat, then lower, lingering before dragging down to my legs. Then he moved, closing in like a predator, circling me until his shadow swallowed the light he towered over me, his height making me feel small even when he wasn't standing at his full posture. As he stepped closer, his gaze locked onto mine and my pulse raced. Despite having been with him before, the nerves hit harder this time. His presence was intoxicating and terrifying all at once. There was something predatory in the way he watched me, like I was something to be claimed, not just touched. His hands settled on my waist, fingers spanning easily around me, thumbs pressing just below my ribs. The pressure was gentle but deliberate, a silent reminder of control. My fingers instinctively traced the hard lines of his forearms, feeling the strength beneath his skin, the faint dusting of dark hair. The contrast between us was stark, his dominance my submission. When he leaned in, forehead brushing mine, the air between us thickened. His touch moved higher, palms skimming just above my chest, and I knew he could feel my heartbeat thundering under his fingertips. No matter how much I tried to mask it, my body betrayed me. His grip shifted to my throat, fingers tightening just enough to make my breath hitch. My gaze dropped to the ink covering his chest, skulls, blades, a lone soldier from another era. Each tattoo told a story, but none of them softened the man beneath. His thumb dragged across my bottom lip, slow and deliberate, and I shut my eyes. The tension was unbearable, worse than before. Last time he'd been impatient, rough. Now he took his time, savoring the power he had over me. When he finally pulled back, his piercing blue eyes held mine. "You've never been with anyone else," he said, voice low. I swallowed hard. That's not true. I'd had my share of experiences. Waiting for some fairy tale commitment wasn't my style. A smirk curled his lips, but there was no warmth in it. Just darkness, the kind that didn't come from anger, but from something far deeper. He was beautiful in a way that made his cruelty almost poetic. Almost I was determined to keep the spark alive in my marriage, so I believed in knowing exactly what I wanted before settling down. Growing up surrounded by guys who bragged about their conquests, I figured why shouldn't I explore my own desires? By the time I met Bones, I wasn't some naive girl. I knew my body, my needs, and exactly what turned me on. But damn, he was something else entirely. The moment his fingers tangled in my hair, forcing my gaze up to meet his, I felt that familiar thrill mixed with something new. Those other guys. His voice was rough, possessive. They were kids playing at being men. His eyes dropped to my mouth, dark with hunger. But you, every inch of you is pure fire. Strong, fearless. I'll make sure you never think about anyone else when you're alone at night. I rolled my eyes, but my pulse betrayed me. Someone's full of himself. His grip tightened just enough to send a shiver down my spine. Because I can back it up. His hand slid down, fingers hooking under the strap of my dress, peeling it off my shoulder before his mouth followed, teeth grazing my skin. I bit back a gasp, my fingers digging into his chest, tracing the hard lines of his abs. His lips trailed up my neck, his breath hot against my ear. "Tell me how you want it." I loved control, being on top, setting the rhythm, watching a man come undone beneath me. But with Bones, there was something electric about letting him take charge. My hands slid to his hips, anchoring myself as I whispered, "I want to ride you." The groan that tore from his throat was raw, unfiltered. He stepped back, his body a damn masterpiece in the dim light, muscles flexing as he moved to the bed. He leaned against the headboard, stroking himself slowly, eyes locked on me. "Then lose the dress." I pulled it over my head, letting my hair tumble free before stepping closer, fingers teasing the edge of my panties. His gaze burned, tracking every movement as I played with the lace, dragging out the moment. The air between us was thick, charged, every second stretching tighter, until neither of us could wait any longer. I took my time sliding my panties down, letting the anticipation build before baring myself completely. His eyes locked onto me, dark and hungry, his grip tightening around his thick length as he watched. With just a subtle tilt of his head, he signaled for me to come closer, his jaw tense, his body coiled with restraint. I settled onto his lap, my thighs spreading over his hips, and the moment my body met his, I gasped. The sheer size of him sent a shockwave through me, heat pooling low in my stomach. He leaned back against the headboard, his powerful frame taking up space effortlessly, his legs stretched out, every muscle defined, like he was carved from stone. I'd been with fit guys before, but none like him. None who made me feel this small, this consumed. His hands slid up my thighs, rough and possessive, gripping my ass and pulling me flush against him. My nipples pebbled as my chest pressed to his, the heat of his skin searing against mine. My fingers traced the ridges of his shoulders, the sheer breadth of him overwhelming. Even under clothes, he'd be impossible to ignore, too big, too solid, too much. His forehead touched mine, his breath hot against my lips. He hadn't kissed me yet, but the way he looked at me, like he could devour me without ever touching his mouth to mine, left me trembling. "I love this," he murmured, his palms skimming down my spine, fingers pressing into the curve of my back. My nails dug into his shoulders, my pulse racing. How could I want this? How could I crave a man like him, someone who made my body betray me with just a glance? Then his lips crashed into mine, rough and demanding, yet controlled. His stubble scraped my skin, his hands roaming with purpose, calloused and relentless. The kiss deepened, our breaths mingling, the fire crackling beside us as the room filled with the sound of our hunger. His arms locked around me, unyielding, like steel wrapped in heat. And for the first time, I didn't think about escape. Only how perfectly I fit against him. His grip tightened around me, his body pulsing beneath mine. One hand traced slow circles over my skin until his fingers found that sweet spot, teasing me just right. Our lips stayed locked as his touch sent waves of pleasure through me, my breath hitching with every stroke. Before I knew it, I was rocking against his fingers, lost in the rhythm, loving how perfectly he knew what I needed. He bit my lower lip lightly, sending a jolt through me, his fingers working faster as I dug my nails into his arms just to stay grounded. When he pulled back, his gaze burned into me, dark, hungry, the same fire mirrored in my own eyes. His fingers slid lower, slick with my arousal, and the groan that escaped him sent heat straight to my core. No shame, just pure want. I'd already taken him twice, but I craved more. The stretch, the fullness only he could give. Thick as hell, but I wasn't backing down. He lifted me effortlessly, lining himself up before easing me down, inch by torturous inch. A sharp breath hissed through his teeth as he pushed past the resistance, his jaw clenching, eyes fluttering shut for a second. God, that look, rugged, intense, made my stomach flip. I adjusted, spreading my legs wider, ankles locking behind his thighs until he was buried deep, his heat searing against me. This time, he didn't kiss me. Instead, he gripped my hair, holding me close, his gaze scorching as if memorizing every reaction. Possessive, demanding, like he was reclaiming something. "Damn this pussy." His voice was rough before he crushed his mouth to mine, the kiss fierce enough to leave me dizzy. Then, just like that, he pulled back, hands guiding my hips. "Ride me, baby." I braced against his chest, moving slow at first, then faster, working every inch of him. It took effort. He wasn't exactly small, but the burn was worth it. The way he filled me, the way his eyes darkened as he watched, propped against the headboard, all muscle and intensity. Stubble shadowed his jaw, his chest rising with each ragged breath. He'd sworn I'd forget anyone before him, and right then, I wanted the same. Not out of jealousy, but because I needed him to remember me. The way I moved, the way I took him, the way I owned this moment just as much as he did. I let my fingers tangle in my hair as I moved on top of him, teasing my nipples and tracing my skin in ways I knew drove him wild. My eyes locked onto his as soft, breathy sounds escaped my lips, the kind that made his grip tighten. His jaw tensed, his control slipping, and I could feel him swelling even deeper inside me. "Damn," he growled under his breath. I sucked my finger slowly, watching the way his gaze darkened as his hands claimed my breasts, making them seem small in his rough palms. I wasn't usually this bold, but something about him brought out a side of me I didn't know existed. I wanted to own him, to show him I wasn't just some woman he could underestimate. My wet finger trailed lower, slipping where I'd never dared before, and the second I did, his hips stilled. A sharp inhale. His eyes burned hotter, stunned, and when he groaned this time, it was raw, primal. "You're playing dirty." "Tell me it's not working," I murmured, rolling my hips, taking him deeper, slick with need. My hands braced against his shoulders, our faces close enough to share breath. His response was another rough sound, strained, like he was barely holding back. I wanted to push him over the edge, wanted to shatter that cocky confidence of his. But he fought it, gripping my waist and shifting the angle until every grind sent sparks through me. The friction was too much. I didn't want to lose control, but my body had other plans. And when it hit Jesus, it was like fireworks, like nothing I'd ever felt. I shattered against him, nails digging into his skin, my voice breaking as pleasure tore through me. His grip turned bruising, his own restraint fraying, but he held on, stubborn as ever. "Baby," he growled, that rough, possessive edge in his voice that only he could pull off. "You're something else." I smirked, twisting in his lap until my back was to him, still full of him, still moving. His sharp curse was all the satisfaction I needed. "You think that was something?" I arched, teasing myself deeper, feeling his breath hitch behind me. "Just wait." I gripped his thigh, my fingers pressing into the hard muscle as I rocked against him, taking him deeper with each thrust. The rhythm built between us, my body slick with sweat as I worked to match his size, lifting myself just enough to feel every inch before sinking down again. His gaze burned into me, watching every movement, every breath as I teased myself, pushing my own fingers inside to heighten the pleasure. When I felt him swell even more, I knew I had him. His hands locked onto my hips, dragging me down until I was fully seated, his release hitting hard as he groaned, his body shuddering beneath me. I turned my face away, letting the sensation wash over me without restraint. No need to hide how much I loved the way he filled me completely. For a moment, we stayed like that, his forehead resting against the back of my neck, his breath ragged. His lips brushed my skin before he finally pulled away, his grip lingering just a little too long. "You're gonna need to loosen up more next time," he muttered, his voice rough. "Because I'm not stopping there." Bones, Vanessa wasn't just good, she was dangerous. Most women lost their appeal the second I finished, but not her. One taste wasn't enough. I told myself it was the thrill of the game, the fact that she was Crow Barsetti's daughter, that made her different. Every time I buried myself inside her, it felt like a twisted victory, like I was spitting in her father's face without lifting a finger. If he knew what we were doing, it would destroy him, especially knowing she wasn't just tolerating it, but craving it. I wasn't naive enough to think she wouldn't turn on me the second she got the chance. Trust didn't exist in this world. But for now, she was mine, and I wasn't letting go. A knock at the door pulled me from my thoughts. Richard stepped in, clearing his throat. "Sir, Vanessa's outside." I swiveled in my chair, glancing through the window. The storm had cleared, leaving behind a fresh blanket of snow, the sunlight making it glisten. She was bundled up in borrowed winter gear, kicking at the powder like she didn't have a care in the world. "Playing in the snow," I muttered, more to myself than him. "Just thought you should know," Richard said before slipping out. I grabbed my jacket and boots, stepping outside into the crisp air. She turned at the sound of my footsteps, her cheeks flushed from the cold, her breath visible in the air. For a second, she almost looked innocent. Almost bundled up in a heavy winter coat, insulated pants, and thick gloves, Vanessa was completely absorbed in crafting a snowman. She rolled the base into a perfect sphere, then carefully shaped the midsection, packing the snow tightly between her palms. Nearby, a small pile of supplies, carrots, black olives, and a scrap of wood, waited to become the snowman's features. I stood frozen for a moment, baffled. After everything she'd been through, kidnapping, near death, here she was, laughing in the snow like a kid on winter break. The contrast was almost surreal. I stepped closer, my boots sinking into the fresh powder with each crunch. She glanced up, catching my stare. "Do I look like I'm trying to escape? Would you admit it if you were?" She smirked, pressing the second snowball onto the base. "Fair enough." Her fingers brushed off excess snow as she straightened. "Relax, Bones. If I wanted to run, you'd already be chasing me. Or maybe you just realized the garage has a keypad and the driveway's buried under 3 feet of snow." A laugh escaped her as she shook snow from her gloves. "Okay, fine, you win this round." Her bluntness only made her more irresistible. "So why are you really out here?" She tilted her head, mischief flashing in her eyes. "Maybe I just wanted company." I closed the distance between us, my gaze dropping to her mouth like I could will her to kiss me. She didn't back down, meeting my stare with a challenge. "What, you want to help build Frosty?" "I want a down payment first." She scoffed, rolling her eyes. "Dream on. You'll get a kiss when I'm good and ready." I didn't wait. My hand tangled in her hair, pulling her into me as my mouth crashed against hers. The cold vanished between us, replaced by heat as she melted into the kiss, her defiance giving way to surrender. When I finally pulled back, our breath hung in the air like smoke. "You'll kiss me when I say so." Turning away, I knelt and molded a small snowball, adding it to the snowman's head. A second later, ice exploded against my cheek. Vanessa grinned, already packing another snowball. Oops, my hand slipped. I wiped the snow from my face slowly. "You're gonna regret that. Please, I've got killer aim." The sunlight caught the gold flecks in her eyes, and for a second it was easy to forget the danger she'd survived. "Yeah, then why am I still standing?" She shrugged. "Guns aren't my thing. Only ever shot one guy, didn't miss." The air between us went still. The playful glint in her eyes dimmed, replaced by something darker. Just like that, Winter felt colder rewritten version. "Wait, you actually killed someone?" "Yeah." She jammed the carrot into the snowman's face like it was nothing, brushing off the confession like she was talking about the weather. My focus zeroed in on her, not the half-assed snow figure between us. Who was it? And why? My brother's fiancé had this psycho stalker. He grabbed me, said he'd only let me go if my brother handed over his girlfriend, some messed-up hostage swap. I wasn't about to wait around. Got my hands on a gun, took out one of his guys. Pretty sure I nailed him right between the eyes. A surge of admiration hit me. Vanessa wasn't just tough, she was ruthless. No hesitation, no second-guessing. In a world where people clung to morals like they were life rafts, she did what needed to be done. She'd fought her way free, same as she was trying to do with me now, except I wasn't some low-level thug she could outsmart. What about the guy who took you? Mom handled that. Had a gun but didn't use it. Strangled him with a rope instead. Her voice dropped, almost haunted. Never seen her like that before, like something out of a nightmare. The mention of her mother sent a fresh wave of fury through me. My fingers clenched around my fork, knuckles white. Vanessa caught the shift, her eyes narrowing. "What's wrong?" I studied her, gorgeous, poised, everything I should despise. She'd grown up with privilege, safety, a family. Meanwhile, I'd been tossed into the system, scraping by on scraps and rage. The gap between us wasn't just history, it was blood. Nothing. Dinner was tense, the silence thick enough to choke on. Vanessa sipped her wine, cutting her chicken with surgical precision, like she was afraid to make a sound. I couldn't stop staring, my jaw locked tight. She had everything I'd been denied. Every bite of food tasted like bitterness. Then she shattered the quiet. "You need to let it go." I froze mid-chew. "Excuse me. You've been seething since I brought up my mom. That's what this is about, isn't it?" "I don't have mood swings. I'm just pissed, constantly." "Yeah, but today's different." I slammed my fork down. "I hate your mother. That's never changing. Screw me all you want, but that grudge, it's permanent. Your family destroyed mine, and they will pay for it." The air turned electric. Vanessa's grip on her knife tightened, her voice dangerously low. "Watch your mouth, Bones." The tension between us was thick enough to cut with a knife. "I'd die defending their honor, hell. I'd flip this whole dinner table into a brawl if I had to," she shot back, her voice sharp. I smirked, swirling my scotch before taking a slow sip. "You wouldn't even get your hand on a weapon before I dropped you. Trust me, I know better than to underestimate you." She might have been small, but she was all fire and steel. The way she'd taken that stun to the neck and kept moving. Absolute savage. She pushed her plate aside, her voice softening. "You'll never find peace until you let go of that rage. Peace, happiness, those words mean nothing to me." I clenched my jaw. I wouldn't recognize them if they slapped me in the face. "Because you've never let yourself try." Try, like it was that simple. I'd spent years fighting just to survive, sleeping on concrete, scrounging for scraps, getting my ribs kicked in for pocket change. By 12, I'd learned to take a beating and swing back twice as hard. By 18, nobody messed with me. "You grew up safe, loved. You can't even imagine the shit I've lived through." Her eyes locked onto mine. "Then make me understand." I forced my grip to loosen on the fork, shoving food into my mouth like it might choke out the bitterness. "Save the fake sympathy. If I had the chance, I'd put a bullet between your parents' eyes right in front of you. So spare me the act. We hate each other. End of story." Later, the anger twisted into something else entirely. My hands dug into her shoulders as I drove into her, the heat between us undeniable. The way her body responded to mine, like we were wired to combust. She came hard twice, just like I wanted. I made sure she'd remember nothing about me except how I wrecked her. When I finished, I let myself collapse onto the bed, staring at the fading embers in the fireplace. She stayed on her side of the mattress, the space between us heavy with everything left unsaid. No kisses, no tenderness, just raw, reckless need. Eventually, her voice cut through the quiet. "When are you letting me leave?" I didn't look at her, just kept my eyes on the ceiling, arms folded behind my head. The question hung there, unanswered. Vanessa stretched beside me, her fingers tracing idle patterns on my chest. "When I feel like it," I muttered, avoiding her gaze. "My mom's gonna call any day now," she said, her voice softer than usual. "Don't care." The words came out harsher than I meant. Part of me wanted to see them come for her, just so I could make them regret it. The thought of revenge flickered in my mind again, sharp and tempting. But looking at Vanessa, that urge faded. There was something about her, strength, resilience, that made violence feel pointless. She wasn't just another target. She was the kind of woman who could stare down a man twice her size and walk away unscathed. If my mother had been like her, maybe she'd still be alive. Maybe she'd be sitting in a nice house somewhere safe. Instead, some coward left her in a dumpster like trash. Vanessa shifted, propping herself up on one elbow, her dark hair spilling over the sheets. "What's your real name?" I turned my head slightly, meeting her eyes. "You already know it. That's not the one you were born with. It's the only one that matters." She moved closer, her leg slipping between mine, her palm warm against my skin. Even after everything, her touch still sent a jolt through me. Her hair brushed my face, so I tangled my fingers in it, holding it back just to see her better. For a second, I could pretend she wasn't who she was, just a woman I'd found by chance. Then my gaze caught on the scar near her shoulder, still pink at the edges. A bullet wound. I'd noticed it the first time I saw her, back when I still planned to kill her. My thumb traced the rough edges. "How'd you get this?" "When I ran," she said, like it was nothing. No fear, no regret, just fact. I pressed my lips to the scar, then dropped back onto the pillow. "I'm sorry." Her fingers drifted to my arm, where her bullet had torn through skin and ink. "I should apologize for this," she murmured, "but I can't." "You don't have to. You did what you had to." My hand slid down the curve of her back, unable to stop touching her. Some things, even violence, couldn't change that. My hand slid down her thigh after squeezing her ass, my voice low and rough. "You should have made sure the job was done. Would have saved us both the trouble." Her lips curved, unshaken. "Funny, I don't recall you finishing me off either." "Doesn't mean I won't." She didn't flinch, her stare unwavering. "Yeah, I doubt that." The urge to prove her wrong burned in my chest, pin her down, make her scream, watch her skin blister under flames. I'd done worse before. But I stayed silent, knowing she'd see right through the bluff. "Clever girl," I muttered. "That's why I like you, but don't get comfortable. If the day comes where I decide you're done, I expect you to make it hell for me." Her gaze turned sharp. "I've never been comfortable, and if I get the chance to walk away or put a knife in your back, I'll take it. But that doesn't change the truth. You won't kill me. Deep down, you know I had nothing to do with what my family did. Neither of us was even born when it happened. I'm just collateral damage, same as your mother was, and you're not that kind of monster." Logic didn't matter when rage was this deep. Blood paid for blood, innocence be damned. Vanessa was no exception. "Love and war don't play by the rules," I growled. Morning came with the usual problem, hard and aching, my cock pressed against my abs. Vanessa, somehow always on the far side of the bed at night, had curled into me by dawn, her body seeking warmth. She looked peaceful, lips slightly parted, her hair tangled on the pillow. One glance and I was done for. I rolled her onto her back, her body responding even half asleep. Legs parted, arms looping around my neck like muscle memory. She was already wet, her body trained to take me at this hour. I slid in slow, savoring the way she clenched around me, her sleepy moan rough from sleep. Mornings were the best, her warmth, the way my cock throbbed with every thrust, the scent of her skin mixing with the sheets. She arched into me, still mostly asleep but clinging tight, her breath hitching as I buried myself deeper. Yeah. This was how every day should start, the heat of our bodies pressed together as I moved against her, our morning rhythm quick and intense. She gasped into my ear, her nails digging into my back as she arched beneath me. Within moments, her body tensed, her teeth grazing my shoulder as she came hard, pulling me right over the edge with her. I groaned, spilling into her before collapsing onto the mattress, breathless and spent. Damn, mornings like this were unbeatable. Vanessa curled into me, her skin still warm from the rush, her body still humming with satisfaction. My fingers traced lazy patterns along her hip, rough from years of work, but still sensitive enough to memorize every curve of her. She sighed, nestling closer, her head resting against my chest. "Morning," she murmured, voice thick with sleep and pleasure. Morning, I echoed, my hand drifting to her thigh as she stretched across me. The sunlight filtered through the blinds, casting soft stripes over her skin. So you're studying art? I already knew the answer, had done my homework, but hearing it from her was different. She nodded, her fingers absently tracing circles on my chest. Painting, mostly. I want to create something that lasts, not just pretty pictures, but something that makes people feel something. I smirked. Like what? Landscapes, nudes. She tilted her head up, meeting my gaze with a playful glint. My last piece was my parents in the vineyard. Hard work, love, tradition, all of it. It's about roots, about what holds people together. A flicker of irritation sparked in my chest at the mention of her perfect family, but I shoved it down. Not now. Not when she was still warm against me, her body still humming from mine. Think you'll make a living off it, she shrugged. Doubtful, but I don't care. If even one person connects with what I make, that's enough. I studied her for a moment, the way her eyes lit up when she talked about her work, the quiet confidence in her voice. She wasn't just talented, she believed in it. And that, more than anything, was rare. Your place is full of art, I noted, changing the subject. She laughed softly. Richard's taste, not mine, but I don't mind. Some of it's actually good. I smirked. High praise. She rolled her eyes, but there was no real annoyance in it, just warmth, just us. And for now, that was enough. The absence of any photos of me or my mother didn't go unnoticed. I stayed silent, staring at the ceiling until the tension in the room thickened. She finally sat up, tucking her hair behind her ears. I should shower. I'm starving, can't wait for breakfast. For someone so petite, she devoured every meal Richard cooked, always praising his skills. Eat up, she added. We're heading out soon. Her hopeful stare made my skin crawl. I wanted her here, trapped with me forever. If only her family wasn't so damn powerful, I'd have kept her without a second thought. But killing her, that was easy. The real problem was her family hunting me down before I finished what I started. Don't get too excited, I muttered. Once the driveway was cleared of snow, we climbed into my truck. I tossed her phone into her lap, the same one I'd kept charging in my office. I'd skimmed through her texts, noting the concerned friends and worse, the guys messaging her. She clutched it like she couldn't believe it was real, fingers trembling over the screen. Too good to be true, right? The heater hummed as we pulled onto the icy road toward Milan. She wore the same clothes she'd arrived in, freshly laundered. No radio, just silence. Then she hit me with it. You're really giving me my phone and taking me back. What's stopping me from calling my family to hunt you down? I know where you live. I smirked, one hand lazily gripping the wheel. You know one place I live. My eyes stayed on the road, but I caught her stiffen in my periphery. I've got plenty of others. Is one of them in Milan? I couldn't help but grin. Why, planning a visit? Just wondering. Yeah, I've got a place there. She wasn't done. You still didn't answer my question. This was a gamble, but I liked my odds. You won't say a word to them. Her laugh was sharp. Why wouldn't I? You didn't kill me, but my family's your enemy. I'm grateful to be alive, but I'll protect them. The second I talk to them, they'll know everything. Predictable. I'd have been disappointed if she said otherwise. You're missing part of the story. What part? The truck hugged the curves as we descended. Lake Garda stretched out, still and serene under snow-capped peaks. Winter was my season, no suffocating heat, no swarms of tourists, just cold, clean silence. Keep this between us, and I swear your family stays safe, including Sapphire, even if she's not officially part of it yet. Her eyes narrowed. How do you even know her name? I smirked. Sweetheart, I make it my business to know everything about my rivals. Plus, she was plastered all over the news. Some magazine had crowned her the most beautiful woman alive. But I'd seen the real her, the one behind closed doors, and trust me, she outshone any headline. And that's it, she scoffed. You're just walking away from revenge like it's nothing. Not exactly. I'm still getting payback, just in a different flavor. How? Because you belong to me now. Her head whipped toward me, confusion flashing in her eyes. What? She breathed. What does that even mean? It means you're mine. You keep your life, I keep mine. I've got places to be, deals to close. Sometimes I'll vanish for weeks. But when I show up, you're mine. Morning, night, whenever. You're trapped, but you're free. You're insane. The fear in her voice was delicious. Dead serious. This is a joke. I'll date someone eventually. Date whoever you want, but the second I walk in, he stops existing. I don't cheat, she hissed. Then stay single. I'll fall in love, get married. And the second you do, the war's back on. Break our deal and your family pays, your choice. She turned away, jaw clenched, fingers digging into her arms. I loved watching her unravel. You can't do this, she whispered. Would you prefer a bullet? I tilted my head. This is mercy. You play along, your family stays safe. And let's be real, you won't exactly be suffering. Go to hell. Darling, after me, no one else will measure up. Literally. Once you've had the best, everything else is just disappointing. You're revolting. Yet here you are, still listening. She exhaled sharply, staring out the window, arms folded tight. Silence settled between us, thick with tension. I knew what she was thinking. The only way out was to take me down herself. And honestly, I couldn't wait to see her try. The car rolled to a stop outside her apartment. She didn't ask how I knew the address, but I caught the question in her glare. Inside, the place was cozy. A snug living room with a pair of worn-in couches, a TV humming some late-night show. Down the hall, her bedroom door stood slightly ajar, the faint scent of vanilla drifting from inside. She didn't say another word, but the way her fingers twitched toward the kitchen knife on the counter, that said plenty. The apartment felt different now, stale and suffocating. The once vibrant furniture seemed dull under the harsh light, and the wilted flowers in the vase only added to the heaviness in the air. Vanessa dropped her purse and phone onto the entryway table with a sharp clatter, arms crossed like a shield. Her lips were a tight line, and the tension between us crackled like static. I scanned the cramped space, my gaze catching on framed photos of her family, smiling faces frozen in happier times, her and Conway sandwiched between proud parents. I didn't let myself stare too long before turning away. Got a question for you. When I faced her again, her glare burned hotter than before. I'd seen her furious, but this was something else, raw, helpless frustration. She was used to outmaneuvering people, but this time there was no escape. Her usual lifeline, her father, was off the table now. Yeah, baby. The nickname made her flinch, her jaw tightening. That night in the alley, was it luck? Or did you set the whole thing up? Truth was, I just stumbled into the perfect opportunity. She was the unlucky one, not me. Part of me wanted to keep her guessing, to let the uncertainty gnaw at her. But I'd promised honesty, and as much as I enjoyed messing with her, I wasn't about to break that vow, not yet. Does it matter? We're here now. Dwelling on the past won't change anything. Then why won't you just say it? Because the mystery's half the fun. Fun, her voice cracked. This is just another way for you to control me. Damn right, and I love controlling you. There was nothing like watching a woman like Vanessa, strong, sharp, untouchable, bend to my will. Only someone like me could make her listen. This won't last, she hissed. I won't let you own me forever. True, eventually I'll get bored. Right now, she was intoxicating, those dark eyes, that defiant mouth. But women like her always lost their shine. Someone new would catch my eye, and she'd be just another memory. Just don't know when that'll be. Her breath hitched. And then what? You'll go after my family. I wouldn't stop until her parents were rotting in the Tuscan dirt they adored. Yeah, so you'd better keep me entertained. Vanessa, this wasn't my home anymore. The same walls, the same furniture, none of it felt safe. Knuckles had shattered that illusion when he broke in and left me bruised. But this was worse. I was trapped, a prisoner in my own space, with a monster who got off on my fear. And the worst part, I'd seen what he was capable of. He wouldn't stop until my parents were dead. I slumped onto the couch, my fingers digging into the fabric. A sharp pain shot through my palm. I hadn't even realized I'd been clutching a loose thread so tightly. Blood welled in tiny crescents where my nails had bitten into skin. What the hell am I supposed to do now? The only thing holding him back was his sick fixation on me. Keeping quiet was supposed to protect my family, but if they ever found out how trapped I really was, it would destroy them. There was no other way. Bones had to die, and I had to be the one to do it. My dad kept a gun in the house, and he'd offered it to me before. I always refused, saying I didn't need it. Now, I wished I'd taken him up on it sooner. Knives wouldn't cut it, literally. Bones was massive, built like a linebacker, and getting close enough to stab him would be a death wish. A bullet was my best shot. Before he left town for a few days, claiming he had business, he made sure I couldn't run. A tracker shoved into my ankle like I was some kind of lost pet. I fought like hell when that needle pierced my skin, but it was useless. The guy was built like a tank, stronger than anyone I'd ever met, including my dad and uncles. Even Conway and Carter, who I thought were tough, were nothing compared to him. How the hell did I end up here? But I forced myself to stay calm. At least I wasn't dead. At least that video hadn't been sent to my parents. Small victories, right? I was still breathing, still fighting. Because Barsettis don't roll over, we fight back. I'd missed almost a week of school while Bones kept me locked away, and when I finally made it back, it was the last day before winter break. Christmas was coming, and I hadn't even thought about gifts. Money was tight, so I usually made things for my family. Maybe I could salvage something from the half-finished painting I'd abandoned in class. I wrapped it up, trudged home through the snow, and propped it on my easel. Maybe I could turn it into something, a family portrait, all of us together for the holidays. Then my phone rang. Mom. I hadn't talked to her since before Bones took me. She had no idea what I'd been through, and I couldn't tell her. She always knew when I was hiding something, but this had to stay buried, just like what happened to her. The thought made my throat tighten. I swallowed hard and answered. Hey, Mama. Vanessa, how are you? I'm sorry I haven't called. Your father's been all over the place with the holiday prep. It's fine, I lied. You guys ready for Christmas? Almost. Your dad put up the lights and the house looks great. Lars isn't as spry as he used to be, so we're tag-teaming everything. Oh, and Aunt Adelina's parents are coming too. We want the place to feel like home for them. Sounds perfect, I said, forcing a smile into my voice. If only she knew how far from perfect things really were. I curled up on the couch, my fingers tracing the faint scar on my ankle where the tracker was embedded. I love seeing them too, I said, forcing a smile into my phone. So when are you coming home? Probably a few more days, Mom replied. Still tying up loose ends here. How were finals? Fine. I left out the part where I barely studied and skipped half my classes. Passing was a long shot, but honestly, who cared at this point? Just glad it's over. Your dad and I figured you were swamped. I remember those days. Yeah, back when dinosaurs roamed the earth, I joked. She laughed. Oh, hush, I'm not that ancient. You could have fooled me, I teased, but my chest ached. I wanted to scream the truth, that I was trapped with the man who'd threatened our family, that I knew what she'd been through. But if I said a word, he'd strike before they could react, so I swallowed it all. Love you, Mama. After hanging up, I lost myself in painting until the sunlight faded. Later, I met friends at a downtown bar, nursing a drink while guys shot me glances. A few tried their luck, but I shut them down fast. No one needed to get tangled in my mess. Back home, I kicked off my heels and padded to my room, still in my little black dress. 3 days without Bones. No calls, no texts. Part of me never wanted to see him again, but my body disagreed. Every morning, every night, my skin burned with memories of him. It was disgusting. How could I crave someone who'd held a blade to my throat, who'd kidnapped me, who wanted my family dead? I was just unzipping my dress when the front door clicked open. No knock, no hesitation, just the smooth, arrogant stride of someone who thought they owned the place. My breath hitched as footsteps thudded closer, heavy and deliberate. The floorboards groaned under his weight. He was back. I didn't need to look to know he was there. His presence was like a storm rolling in, impossible to ignore. Those icy blue eyes burned into my back, tracing every curve of the black dress clinging to my body. My breath hitched as the air thickened between us, his slow steps echoing in the quiet room. Then his scent hit me, crisp winter air, cedar, and something undeniably masculine. Heat radiated off him, raw and electric, before he even laid a finger on me. The moment his chest pressed against my back, my body betrayed me. His lips grazed my ear, sending a shiver down my spine as his hands slid down my waist, fingers curling into the hem of my dress. He tugged it up slowly, deliberately, exposing the lace of my thong before letting the fabric pool at my hips. His breath was hot against my skin when he growled, "Damn, I missed you." I bit my lip, my pulse racing as his touch ignited every nerve. His fingers traced lower, slipping beneath the lace, finding me already wet for him. He knew it too. "You missed me too," he murmured, his voice rough with satisfaction. Shame flickered, but desire drowned it out. I'd gone out tonight pretending I wanted something casual, but the truth, I'd been craving him, the way he touched me, the way he owned me. His fingers worked me with practiced ease, drawing out whimpers I couldn't suppress. Then he dropped to his knees, peeling my thong down inch by torturous inch, his lips skimming my thighs. When he stood, he lifted me effortlessly, carrying me to the bed like I weighed nothing. My dress stayed rucked up around my waist as he stripped off his shirt, tattoos flexing over defined muscle. His command was low, firm, "Spread your legs." I hesitated, thighs pressed together, not from refusal, but instinct. My gaze locked onto him as he unbuckled his jeans, my skin slick with anticipation. Every second stretched, aching, until I finally let my knees fall open, surrendering to the hunger between I acted out of pure defiance, hating that I craved someone so twisted. "Don't make me repeat myself," he growled, shoving his jeans and boxers down in one rough motion. His thick cock glistened at the tip, just like I was dripping for him, my sheets already damp beneath me. My legs finally gave in, spreading wider at his command. More. I arched back, knees bent, offering myself completely. The lamplight caught every slick detail, and though part of me burned with embarrassment, the hunger in his gaze sent a thrill through me. Like I was the most irresistible thing he'd ever seen. He stroked himself slowly, the bed dipping under his weight as he climbed onto it. Every muscle in his body flexed, his thighs, his arms, his abs, all tensed with anticipation. But instead of taking me right then, he hovered over me, his breath hot against my skin. "How do you want it?" Honestly, I didn't care. 3 days without release had left me desperate, and I knew he'd finish what he started. No one else could compare. Why risk disappointment when bones never failed to wreck me? My fingers dug into his shoulders. "Just get inside me." Bullshit. His lips brushed mine, teasing. "Tell me exactly how you've imagined this. How I should worship this perfect pussy. What do I have to do to deserve you?" His words alone had me clenching, my body betraying me. He wasn't just after his own pleasure, he wanted to own mine to prove himself. And damn if that didn't make him even hotter. "Pin my legs back," I gasped. "Take me deep, and don't you dare stop kissing me. Gentle or rough, destroy me." A low groan escaped him before he surprised me, dropping between my thighs instead. His mouth was relentless, licking and sucking like a man starved. I arched off the bed, my legs instinctively trying to close, but his grip held me open. Every flick of his tongue, every possessive kiss, mirrored the way he claimed my mouth. Like he'd die if he didn't taste. Every inch of my body trembled with need, every nerve on fire as I teetered on the edge. God, yes. The heat coiled low in my stomach, spreading like wildfire until I could barely think. Just a little more, and I'd shatter. Then he pulled away, leaving me gasping before climbing over me. Seriously, his grin was infuriating. Relax, sweetheart, you know I always deliver. I barely had time to protest before he pinned my legs back, his body hovering above mine. The anticipation was maddening. His cock brushed against me, teasing, but he didn't move. My fingers dug into his arms. What now? Say it. If I weren't so far gone, I'd have shoved him off. But the ache between my legs drowned out reason. I yanked him closer, but he resisted, that smug look never fading. Say it. Frustration flared. Just do it already. Try again. I snapped. My palm cracked against his cheek hard. No, you don't get to play games. Either fuck me or get out. He turned his face back slowly, his cheek flushed, but his grin only widened. There she is. No warning, no mercy. He drove into me in one brutal thrust, stealing my breath. My back arched, nails raking down his skin as I dragged him down for a searing kiss. His lips tasted like my own desperation, his hips slamming into me with a roughness that made my vision blur. Every stroke pushed me higher, my body tightening around him until I shattered, once then again, waves crashing over me before I could even catch my breath. Holy shit! He didn't slow, his voice rough against my ear. That's what happens when you stop fighting it. I barely registered his words. The pleasure was too much, too deep, like nothing I'd ever felt. And just when I thought it was over, another surge built, unfamiliar and overwhelming. My grip on him tightened. Don't stop. He didn't. The words from last night still echoed in my head. I'm the only man who can handle a woman like you. Sunlight streamed through the blinds as I blinked awake, still in my rumpled dress from the night before, my underwear discarded somewhere near the dresser. The sheets were tangled at the foot of the bed, unnecessary, with Bones' body heat keeping me warm. Memories of the night flooded back, rough, intense, the kind of passion that left you sore and satisfied. He lay beside me, massive and motionless, his bare chest rising steadily. Scars from bullets and blades marked his skin like a roadmap of violence. I traced them with my eyes, counting 3 stab wounds, 4 bullet holes. The man was practically a walking war zone. Then he stirred, his morning erection pressing against his stomach like clockwork. His dark eyes flicked open, scanning the ceiling before landing on me with that slow, knowing smirk. Your bed's comfortable, I muttered, refusing to let him see me flustered. Thanks. Too bad it's not a king, he said, rolling on top of me before I could protest. Morning sex with him was a ritual, slow, lazy, every touch amplified by the haze of sleep. His hands tangled in my hair, holding me in place as he moved inside me. I came first, shuddering around him, and he followed right after, like he'd been waiting for permission. Then, just like that, the moment shattered. I want breakfast when I'm done showering, he announced, climbing out of bed like he'd just given me a royal decree. Excuse me? I sat up, incredulous. He towered over me, all muscle and attitude. You heard me. I don't cook, I shot back. I burn toast. I survive on coffee and takeout. You're telling me you don't eat until lunch? His frown deepened. Yep, coffee is breakfast. Lunch is whatever I grab on the go. He yanked his shirt on, shaking his head like I'd just confessed to a crime. We're going out. You need actual food. I burst out laughing. Since when do you care? Since now, he grunted, heading for the shower. Typical Bones, dominant, unpredictable, and somehow still impossible to resist. Seriously, I muttered, meeting his intense gaze. His once charming eyes now felt like a predator sizing up prey. I mean it, he said, voice low but firm. You actually want to be seen with me in public? I scoffed, tugging at the hem of my wrinkled dress. Yep, and honestly, I don't mind if you wear last night's outfit. Gives the whole place something to talk about. He smirked before disappearing into my bathroom, the sound of running water filling the silence. My stomach twisted. Was I really about to walk into daylight with him? The cafe down the block was half empty, the morning sun melting what was left of the snow. We grabbed a booth by the fogged-up windows, the chill outside creeping in. He cradled a steaming black coffee, his arms flexing as he leaned forward. I barely touched my drink, still processing the absurdity of this situation. Our food arrived. He demolished a mountain of bacon, eggs, and pancakes while I pushed around a sad piece of toast. My eyes darted across the room, praying no one recognized me. Embarrassed? He asked, mouth full. No, I lied, stabbing my fork into an egg. Just disgusted. His grin widened. Oh, by the way, I used your toothbrush. I nearly choked. Excuse me. Relax, you let me do way worse last night. His voice carried just enough for nearby tables to hear. Keep your voice down, I hissed. He leaned in, amused. What's the big deal? You're fine with my mouth elsewhere, but sharing a toothbrush is where you draw the line. I clenched my jaw. You're impossible. Buy me my own toothbrush if it bothers you that much. Not happening. Just my spot in your bed then. I shot him a glare. He took another bite, smug as ever. Let's not pretend you didn't want this. You went out alone last night. No one ends up alone unless they choose to. That's not how it works. Sure it is. You could have had anyone, but you didn't. You waited. Or maybe someone already left, I snapped. His laugh was infuriating. If that were true, you wouldn't have been so eager when I showed up. I gripped my fork, resisting the urge to throw it. You're not as irresistible as you think. Just irresistible enough for stop. He held up his hands, still grinning. Fine, fine, but damn, you're hot when you're pissed. I forced down a bite of toast, my appetite long gone. My brother watches out for me if he sees us together. Wouldn't that be fun? He took a slow sip of coffee, eyes gleaming. I'd love to meet him. The tension between us was thick enough to cut with a knife, not that the butter knife in my hand would do much damage. He leaned back, smirking like he'd already won. Now that your brother is about to be a dad, I doubt he's got time to play hero for you. I clenched my jaw. Doesn't matter, he'd still take a bullet for me and I'd do the same for him. Adorable, he drawled, rolling his eyes. Too bad I might just save you both the trouble. Can we not? I stabbed at my pancakes, my appetite gone. Christmas was right around the corner, and all I wanted was one normal holiday with my family. No blood, no secrets, just bad sweaters and too much eggnog. But Bones wasn't done. He chewed in silence, and for once I was grateful. The quiet was better than his voice dripping with arrogance. At least when we were in bed, he kept his mouth shut or said things I actually wanted to hear. Outside of that, just a walking reminder of why I needed to end him. Where'd you disappear to? I forced the question out, desperate to steer the conversation anywhere else. His grin was infuriating. Miss me, I scoffed. If I say yes, will you actually answer? Not a chance, you made it very clear how much you missed me last night. He wiped his plate clean, no trace of bacon, eggs, or syrup left. Had business in Zurich handled it? A job, I kept my voice flat. That's what I do, sweetheart. People pay me to solve their problems permanently. My stomach twisted. So you're a hitman? Assassin sounds too fancy. I'm more of a specialist. He took a sip of coffee, casual as if we were discussing the weather. You just kill people, no questions, no guilt. He smirked. Judging me, baby, that's rich. Damn right I am, it's sick. Then your uncle must be sick too. The words hit like a punch. My fingers tightened around my mug. You don't know him. Don't I? Ask him about the Skull Kings. Ask him how many bodies he left behind before he went legit. Uncle Kane, the man who taught me to ride a bike, who snuck me candy when Mom wasn't looking. No way. But Bones' smirk didn't waver. Ask him, he repeated. I don't need to. Because you know I'm right. My pulse roared in my ears. My parents had skeletons in their closet, sure, but murder. And now he was dragging my brother and cousin into it. They wouldn't. Oh, they do. Underground clubs bought and sold women. I slammed my palm on the table. Shut your mouth about my family. The butter knife trembled in my grip, useless but symbolic. I've never disrespected your dead, even when I had every right to. You cross that line again, and I don't care who you are, I'll make you regret it. His laugh was low, dangerous. There's the fire I like. The worst part, he wasn't even fazed. And that scared me more than anything. The blade hovered inches from his throat, my grip tight. One more word and I swear I'll bury this in your neck. His arms folded, that usual smirk gone. For once, my defiance actually registered. I wasn't trash-talking them. Believe it or not, I'm just stating facts. I drove the knife down straight for his arm, but he dodged, quick as always, and the blade sank deep into the wooden table with a loud crack. A few heads turned at the noise, then just as quickly looked away. Bones wrenched the knife free and set it aside. I'll let that slide, but try it again, and I won't hesitate to return the favor. So if you're gonna make a move, make sure it's lethal. I matched his icy glare. Oh, don't worry, I will. Back at my apartment, I tossed my jacket onto the hook by the door, desperate for him to leave. Get out. I'm sure you've got better things to do, like terrorizing someone else. Instead, he hung his coat right beside mine like he owned the place. There's always someone on the list, but even I need a break. He wandered over to my easel by the window, studying the half-finished painting, a recreation of last Christmas. My whole family gathered around the table, the turkey glazed golden, red candles flickering. Every detail ached to capture. I braced myself for his usual cruelty, ready to lunge for the knife in the fridge if he so much as sneered. But he just stood there, silent, taking it in. You did this. I stayed on the couch, arms crossed. Yeah, can't afford fancy gifts, so I make them. Maybe someday I'll buy real presents. His voice was oddly soft. Why would they want store-bought junk when this is one of a kind? I blinked. Was he serious? Family talk always set him off. Seeing mine happy should have made him lash out. Are you mocking me? He turned, face unreadable. No, it's incredible, Vanessa. My name, not baby, not some sarcastic jab, just Vanessa. And for the first time, it didn't sound like a threat. He lifted the canvas from the easel and brought it over to the couch, settling beside me as he studied it under the golden afternoon light spilling through the window. His fingers traced the edges of the frame, his expression unreadable. The details are insane, he murmured. Their expressions, it's like they're breathing, and you're not even done yet. Bones wasn't the type to hand out compliments, especially not the empty kind. He could have just shrugged and moved on, but instead he was fixated, like the painting had pulled him in. I told myself his opinion shouldn't matter, but the way he was looking at it made my chest tighten. Thanks, I muttered, unsure what else to say. You don't need some fancy art school, he said, still staring. You're already there. I scoffed, rubbing my palms against my jeans. Doubt it. I don't. His eyes flicked to the framed photo on the side table, my parents', frozen in a moment from last summer. You nailed it. That's not luck. That's skill. I looked away, suddenly hyper-aware of the paint smudges on my fingers. My parents bought my other stuff because they felt bad. Bullshit. He stood, carrying the painting back to the easel before turning to me. They bought them because you're good. Got anything else finished? I hesitated. There was one piece, the one I'd slaved over between classes, but showing it to him felt like handing over a piece of my ribs. I wasn't the type to care what people thought, except right now, apparently. Yeah, I finally said, grabbing it from the closet. He took it carefully, balancing it on his knees. The vineyard scene unfolded under his gaze, my parents, the rolling hills, the old villa behind them. Tuscany, exactly as I remembered it. I'd planned to sell it, but now, maybe not. Some things were worth keeping. This one's my favorite, he said, voice low. I sank onto the couch beside him, watching the way his hands cradled the canvas. It had to sting, seeing my parents like that, alive, happy, everything his weren't. But if it bothered him, he didn't let it show. What else do you paint? He asked, leaning the piece against the coffee table. Mostly people in landscapes. Italy, since I've never left. But I've been thinking maybe I'll travel, paint different spots. Lake Como, Siena. Build up enough for a gallery. You should. His gaze locked onto mine. Start now, I laughed. With what money and what paintings? He nodded at the two on the floor. You've got these. A beat passed. The light shifted, stretching shadows across the room. For the first time, the idea didn't sound impossible, just terrifying. That painting could easily fetch 20 grand, he said, dead serious. I burst out laughing. Who was he kidding? But his expression stayed stone cold. I'm not joking. Art like this sells. You could probably get even more for it. Look, I appreciate the ego boost, but let's be real, I'm still learning. I'm not some prodigy. His gaze sharpened like I'd just insulted him. You know what I've always liked about you? You don't sell yourself short. You've told me not to either. You're sharp, gutsy, and you know your worth, but you're not cocky about it. So hearing you talk like this, it's not you, and honestly, it's disappointing. Now I was the one glaring. Nice pep talk, but you're not exactly an art critic. You don't know the first thing about what makes a piece valuable. I know what I'd pay for it, he shot back. And I'm telling you, people would line up for this. Yeah, right, if we weren't sleeping together, you wouldn't even glance at my work twice. Maybe, he admitted with a shrug. But if you were standing in some high-end gallery looking like you do, all confidence and fire, people would notice. The excuses are getting old. Just own it. Excuses. I snapped. It's called being realistic. I'm not some delusional amateur who thinks they're Picasso after a few classes. You don't need more classes, you're already there. Easy for you to say, you're not the one paying tuition. He raised an eyebrow. Wait, your dad covers that. I hesitated, hating the admission. Yeah, he pays for everything. Then quit wasting his money. Paint full-time, sell your work, hell, set up at a farmer's market if you have to. Oh yeah, super prestigious, I muttered. Your family owns a winery, right? Why not display your stuff there? It wasn't a terrible idea. Summer weekends were packed with tourists, potential buyers, but his pushiness made me suspicious. Funny how you're suddenly invested in my career. What's next? You gonna mentor me right before you off my whole family? He went quiet, jaw tight, staring at the painting like it held answers. Then, with a dark smirk, he said, "Unless you kill me first." The air between us was thick with tension, the kind that lingers after a storm. Bones stretched out on the couch, his bare torso taking up every inch of space, his legs dangling slightly off the edge. I was draped over him, wearing nothing but my underwear, his rule after what had happened earlier. A thin blanket covered me, but he didn't need it. The man radiated heat like a furnace. The TV flickered in the background, some crime drama neither of us was really watching. His arm cradled my back, his other hand tucked behind his head like this was just another lazy Sunday. I shifted against him, pressing my palms into his chest. I'm leaving tomorrow, I said, my voice steady despite the unease twisting in my gut. His gaze slid from the screen to me, those sharp eyes cutting through me like always. Where? Home for Christmas. He smirked like the idea amused him. You got time, leave Christmas Eve. I clenched my jaw. No, I'm going when I want. His grin widened, the kind that made my skin prickle. You don't get to decide, that's not how this works. Really, because last I checked, I'm not your property. He laughed, low and rough, like I'd told a joke. Yeah, you are. I smacked his chest hard, but he didn't even blink. Screw you. Already did, he shot back, still grinning. Fine, go, but don't expect me to miss you. I rolled my eyes. What'll you even do? Drink alone in some dive bar? Nah, got my guys. We'll make a night of it. His guys, right. The kind of business partners who left bodies in their wake. For a second, I almost felt sorry for him. No family, no real home, just a bottle and a bad reputation. But then he cut me a look, sharp as a blade. Don't. I don't need your pity. He was right. He didn't. And I wasn't about to waste another thought on he wouldn't be lonely if he actually cared about real connections instead of surrounding himself with killers. With that face, he could have settled down years ago, found a sweet girl, had a couple kids, built a life. But no, I don't. Good. I could feel him pressing against me, hard and insistent, like his body had a mind of its own. Didn't matter if we just finished or if we were in the middle of an argument, he was always ready. Seriously, how are you like this all the time? His grin was smug, like I'd handed him a trophy. If it's a problem, fix it. I scoffed. Your ego's worse than your libido. Maybe, he said, dragging a finger down my arm. But you're not complaining. Just answer the question: when you're with other women, you use protection, right? Because if he was reckless with everyone else, I was screwed in more ways than one. He arched a brow. That's personal. And I'm asking anyway, wouldn't you want me to? You won't be with anyone else. Excuse me, I shoved at his shoulder. You said I could. Yeah, you can, he drawled. But you won't. No one else will measure up, so why bother? You'll just lie there thinking about me. I've had great sex before, he tusked. Not like this. I smacked his chest. You're unbearable. Yet here you are. His grip tightened, pulling me closer. Admit it, you love it. I hated that he was right. No one had ever wrecked me the way he did. The way he moved, the way he knew exactly what I needed before I did. It was infuriating, addicting. You still didn't answer me. Fine, he nipped at my ear. I've never gone bare with anyone but you. My breath hitched. Wait, really? Really, never stuck around long enough to matter, but you. His voice dropped. You're different. A stupid, traitorous warmth spread through me. At least I didn't have to worry about complications. You don't know if I'm clean, he laughed, low and rough. Women like you always are. Oh, please. You picked me, didn't you? His hand slid between us, teasing. Smartest mistake you'll ever make. Wasn't a choice, I muttered. Liar. His fingers dug into my hips. You're still here, still grinding against me like you can't help it. I opened my mouth to argue, but he flipped me onto my back, cutting me off with a bruising kiss. The couch creaked under us as he pinned my wrists above my head. Enough talking, he growled. And just like that, I stopped fighting. His grip was rough, handling me like an object instead of a person. He tugged his boxers down, freeing himself, then tore my underwear apart without bothering to remove them properly. One of my legs was bent and pinned against the couch as he settled over me, his weight pressing me deep into the cushions. There was no hesitation, just a sharp thrust as he buried himself inside me. Always so damn ready for me. His forehead pressed to mine, his breath hot against my lips. He hooked an arm behind my knee, forcing me open wider, taking what he wanted without asking. And the worst part, my body responded like it always did, slick and eager, as if it had been waiting for him. We couldn't keep our hands off each other, like some kind of twisted honeymoon phase that never ended. I stopped pretending to resist. What was the point? He knew. I knew. My fingers dug into his back, nails scraping skin as he drove into me with relentless force. Every thrust was possessive, like he was staking a claim. His voice was a growl against my ear. Tell me you love it. I arched against him, biting my lip to stifle a moan. The pressure built fast, my legs trembling as he hit just the right spot. His hand tightened around my throat, not enough to hurt, just enough to remind me who was in control. Say it. My fingers tangled in his hair, slick with sweat. I love it. His eyes darkened, satisfaction flashing across his face. Best I've ever had. I dragged him down into a kiss, messy and desperate. He groaned against my mouth before taking it deeper, rougher, until I was gasping. Then, just like that, he pushed me over the edge, my body shuddering under his. Say it again. I clung to him, breathless. You're the best. Later, I stuffed my suitcase and carefully wrapped the painting for my family's Christmas gift. Everything sat by the door, ready to go. Bones leaned against the frame, arms crossed, watching me. You sure you can handle driving in the snow? Conway's picking me up first, I said, zipping my coat. He smirked. Want me to take you? I laughed, thinking he was joking. He wasn't. You're not joking. If you think I'd ever let you near my family, you've lost your damn mind. He folded his arms, unfazed. Yeah, I get that a lot. I'll manage, not that you actually give a damn. I hoisted my bags, struggling under the weight of the oversized painting. Logically, 2 trips would have been smarter, but I wasn't about to drag this out. Bones yanked the painting from my grip and snatched one of my duffels. I got it. Like hell, I need your help. Disagree. He grabbed the other bag and headed toward the parking lot, tossing over his shoulder. Wouldn't want you ruining this masterpiece before your family even sees it. I locked my apartment door. Pointless, really, since my so-called enemies had already waltzed in like they owned the place. By the time I reached the car, Bones had already stashed my bags in the trunk and secured the painting in the back seat. He lounged against the bumper, arms crossed, his dark hoodie and jeans making his piercing blue eyes stand out even more. Tattoos peeked from under his sleeves and above his collar, a chaotic contrast to his sharp gaze. For a second, I hesitated, torn between resentment and something stupidly close to nostalgia. Here was a guy who'd threatened my life one minute and played pack mule the next. He tilted his head, studying me with the same intensity. You really think you can face them and not spill everything? Maybe. No reaction. Family's different, hard to lie to them, I never do. Then don't forget their safety depends on your silence. One wrong move and I turn Christmas into a fireworks show. Imagine the headlines. Entire Barsetti family wiped out in one night. Poetic, really. Any trace of sentiment vanished. Just a friendly reminder. He pushed off the car and closed the distance between us, leaning in like he expected a kiss. After that threat, not happening, I sidestepped him, but he caught my arm and shoved me against the door, caging me in with his arms. Kiss me, I glared. No, then you're not leaving. I could drop you right now. His grin was razor sharp. You won't. We both know you'd miss me too much. He pinned my wrists against the car, holding me there even though I wasn't fighting, yet. The tension between us crackled, equal parts danger, and something else entirely. His grip tightened around my wrists, rough yet controlled. You're gonna miss your flight. Let go of me. Not a chance. His breath was warm against my lips, his voice low and teasing. I need something to remember when I'm alone tonight, and I know you'll be thinking about me too. Cocky as hell, but he wasn't wrong. My mind would definitely wander back to him. I tilted my head up, brushing my lips against his, savoring the heat of his mouth. The stubble along his jaw scraped my skin. He hadn't bothered shaving since showing up at my place unannounced. At first, he didn't respond, letting me take the lead. Then his lips moved against mine, slow and deliberate, like he had all the time in the world. His hands slid from my wrists to my hips, pressing me harder against the car. The way he touched me was possessive, but his kiss stayed unhurried, teasing. My fingers tangled in his hair as I kissed him back, our mouths clashing before breaking apart. The heat of his body kept the chill away, and I could feel the hard press of him against me, leaving no doubt about what he wanted. His thumb traced my cheekbone, surprisingly gentle for someone who usually played the tough guy. That was the thing about him. Just when I thought I had him figured out, he'd do something that caught me off guard. He nipped at my bottom lip before pulling back, his dark eyes locked on mine. For a second, I thought he'd kiss me again, but he kept just out of reach. The way he watched me, like I was something to be devoured, sent a shiver down my spine. I'll be here when you get back, he murmured, pressing one last kiss to the corner of my mouth before turning away. He didn't look back as he crossed the parking lot, his broad shoulders unmistakable even under that thick sweater, built like a damn linebacker. I didn't move until he disappeared around the corner, then finally slid into my car and pulled away. Vanessa Conway drove while Carter rode shotgun. Sapphire and I took the back seat, finally catching up after weeks of radio silence, mostly because I'd been preoccupied with Bones. How's the baby? I asked. I know it's early, but do you feel any different? Sapphire adjusted her scarf, the diamonds on her ring catching the light. She practically radiated happiness, pregnancy glow and all. Doctor says everything's perfect. Started prenatal vitamins last week. That's amazing. Conway's already turning the spare room into a nursery, she said, grinning. What about the wedding? She sighed. Trying to plan it fast before I start showing too much, but this winter's been brutal. Spring was just around the corner, and Sapphire mentioned they'd keep things low-key when the time came. "I'll barely be showing by then," she said, resting a hand on her stomach. Conway smirked at her through the rearview mirror. "Honestly, a little bump would just make you hotter." Sapphire blushed, and I rolled my eyes. Watching my brother get all lovey-dovey was nauseating, but I kept quiet. One day, when I brought my own guy around, I'd probably be just as gross, someone like Bones. Damn it, there he was again, creeping into my thoughts for what felt like the 100th time since I'd left. And right now, his mess was still inside me. Sapphire, ever the peacekeeper, shifted the conversation. "So what's new with you?" "Nothing," I lied. She laughed. "Come on, you're always up to something. That's hard to believe." If only she knew. I'd seen Bones slit a man's throat in a back alley, then press a blade to my own neck like he might do the same. And now I couldn't stay away from him. My life had spiraled into madness. "Just been painting a lot," I said instead. "School was brutal at the end, but it's over." Went out with friends after finals, but nothing crazy happened. Seeing anyone. Bones flashed in my mind, tall, built, and completely bare. The way he'd wait for me to climb on top, his hands gripping my hips like he owned me. Heat prickled up my neck, and I prayed my face wasn't giving me away. "Nah, too busy and no one's caught my eye," Conway snorted. "You could always join a convent. They take in strays." "Yeah, right. A nunnery wouldn't know what to do with me." Bones and I went at it like wild animals, rough, desperate, like we were trying to burn each other out. One minute he'd threaten everyone I loved, the next he'd have me screaming his name. "Hard pass," I muttered. Besides, they'd never accept me anyway. Christmas Eve had been peaceful, at least. Cocoa by the fire, reminiscing about the year. Mom glowed the brightest during the holidays, and Dad couldn't take his eyes off her. Conway had Sapphire curled in his lap, his palm drifting to her stomach like she was already showing. Carter chatted with his mom about his latest business deal, and Uncle Kane, as usual, drank enough wine to drown a horse, loud, boisterous, and completely unaware of the rumors Bones had dropped about his past. Skull King. A hitman. I shoved the thought away before it could settle. The holiday gathering buzzed around me, but I barely joined in. My mind kept circling back to Bones, how I needed to end him without dragging my family into this mess. Watching them laugh by the fireplace, I clenched my fists under the table. Poison, too predictable. Another gunshot. Only a head or heart shot would finish him for good. He was expecting me to come for him, which meant I had to outthink him. One mistake, and it was over. Dad slid onto the couch beside me, swirling a glass of red, his polite choice for family events, though I'd seen him down scotch alone in his study more times than I could count. "Tesoro, you okay?" He'd always treated me like his heir, drilling strength and sharpness into me until it stuck. As a kid, I hated it. Now, thank God he did. In a world built for men, his lessons were the only reason I'd survived Knuckles, and the only reason I wasn't losing it now. "Fine," I lied. "How's the harvest?" His gaze didn't waver. "You're somewhere else." Damn it, I forced a shrug. "Just tired. Finals were brutal, and I've been stressing about my art career." "Talk to me," his voice softened. "You know I'm here." "Not for this," I faked a sigh. "I'm thinking of quitting school to paint full-time." Instead of blowing up, he just studied me. "The winery's yours whenever you're ready, but Vanessa, you're too good to walk away from your gift." "That's not it." I twisted my napkin. "I want to open a gallery, but classes are eating up all my creative energy. Feels like I'm wasting time when I could be building something real." A beat passed. Then, to my shock, he chuckled. "You want my blessing, you don't need it. Chase what calls you, nobody knows your path better." "But do you think I'm making a mistake?" He took a slow sip, eyes locked on mine. "Talent like yours, that's rare. School can teach technique, but the soul of an artist, that's already in you." The irony almost made me laugh. Here I was, plotting murder, and he thought I was worried about art school. If only he knew some gifts you're born with: talent, drive, that fire in your gut. But I won't tell you to quit school or stick it out. That's your call, and I won't sway you either way. Growing up, my dad had been tough on Conway and me, demanding excellence in everything. But beneath that strict exterior was a man who cared deeply. He nudged us in the right direction without ever forcing our steps. Now that we were older, he still checked in, but from a distance, trusting us to carve our own paths. I was lucky to have that kind of faith behind me. So, what's the plan, sweetheart? I hesitated. I think I want to focus on my art. It surprised me how much Bones' words had stuck. He wasn't the type to blow smoke. If he believed in my work, he meant it, even when his honesty stung. I just need to figure out how to open a gallery, maybe somewhere like New York. I can make that happen. My dad had always provided for us, not out of indulgence, but because he wanted us to have every shot at success. Still, at 21, I couldn't keep relying on him. No, I'll handle it. His gaze sharpened, that quiet intensity that could make a room hold its breath. Funny how he and Bones had the same effect, men who commanded without saying a word. Got a strategy. Sell a few pieces, save up. And where exactly will you sell them without a gallery? I was thinking the vineyard. We could display them during tastings. People might buy, might not. For the first time, his stern expression cracked into a grin. Now that's smart. Really? I bit my lip. I didn't want to overstep. Your mom will adore the idea. It's brilliant. Thanks. His hand settled between my shoulder blades, warm and steady. Proud of you, kid. You're forging your own path. That's what winners do. They don't follow. They lead. I tightened my grip on my glass, nodding. Wonder where I got that from. You're a Barsetti, he said, like that explained everything. And Barsettis don't back down. I know, and for the record, I'll pay you back for tuition. Someday. Sweetheart, keep your money. I want to. What I want, he said, voice softening, is to close my eyes knowing you're okay. That when I'm gone, my girl has everything she needs. Money means nothing, you, everything. My throat tightened. This man had spent his life putting us first, no sacrifice too big. Dad. He pulled me into a hug, pressing a kiss to my hair. Love you too, kiddo. Then, just like that, he stepped back, the moment passing as quietly as it came. He swirled the wine in his glass before taking a slow sip, his usual stoic expression barely cracking, except when it came to me, my brother, and our mom. His voice dropped, hesitant. So, anyone special in your life? He asked like he was bracing for bad news. This was new. My dad never pried into my personal life before. But at 22, he was probably wondering if I was on the path to settling down. Truth was, I'd never brought a guy home. Growing up, my dad, brother, and cousin had a knack for scaring off anyone who even looked my way. But once I hit adulthood, Dad loosened his grip, or so I thought. Bones flashed in my mind. Not because we were dating, far from it. He was the man who'd invaded my space, my thoughts, my bed. He wasn't a boyfriend. He was a captor. And yet, the only reason I could stand it was because the chemistry between us was electric. No, I lied. Not seeing anyone. Dad took another long drink, his black long sleeve stretching over his arms as he set the glass down. Around us, laughter bubbled from the living room, but the air between us felt heavy. If you meet someone serious, he said, voice gruff, I'd like to meet him. The shift in tone threw me. Was he sensing something? I know I haven't made it easy, he admitted, avoiding my eyes. But you're grown now. If you love someone, don't hesitate to bring him around. The unspoken condition hung there, only if he's husband material. I've never been in love, I said bluntly. You will, he replied, softer now. Took me till 30 to find your mom. But she was younger, right? 4 years, he confirmed. I forced a smile. If I find the one, you'll be the first to know. He drained his glass, his gaze turning sharp. I want a man who's strong, Vanessa, not rich, powerful. Someone who will protect you with everything he has and love you more than I do. If he can do that, he's got my blessing. Bones flickered in my thoughts again. The idea of him asking for permission was laughable. He wasn't the marrying kind, he was the kind you couldn't escape. So why did my pulse jump at the thought of him? You taught me to handle myself, I pointed out, and I stand by that. Then I don't need a man for protection. His stare hardened. I do, Tesoro, for my peace of mind. The irony wasn't lost on me. With Bones in the picture, my chances of finding Mr. Right were slim. He hadn't just ruined my dating life, he'd upended everything. And yet, part of me wondered if that was exactly why Dad was asking now. Like he already knew the situation had reached a point where there was only one solution left: eliminating him. I was actually hoping you could hook me up with a gun, I said, keeping my voice steady. After what went down with Knuckles, say no more. How about a Glock? Compact, reliable, easy to use. Sounds perfect. I'll get it to you before you head out. Need a quick rundown on how it works. Nah, I remember the basics. All right, he nodded. You sure you don't want extra security? I could relocate you, set up a detail. No, that's not necessary. The last thing I needed was more eyes on me. You seem tense, Tesoro. Something bothering you? Not at all, I lied smoothly. Just realized how reckless it was not to have protection at home. If I'd had a gun when Knuckles showed up, things might have ended differently. Better late than never, right? Smart move. The night dragged on dinner, drinks, pointless chatter, until the clock hit 2 a.m. I retreated to my old bedroom, where my queen bed sat draped in a soft blush duvet, pillows piled high against the slate-gray headboard. The muted tones of my furniture played off the arched windows, giving the room a cozy, Mediterranean feel. Conway and Sapphire disappeared down the hall, while the rest of my family scattered into guest rooms. Thank God for a 3-story house. Otherwise, we'd have been tripping over each other. Stripping down to just a tee and underwear, I slid under the covers and grabbed my phone off the nightstand. A missed video call blinked on the screen, unknown number, but I already knew. My thumb hovered before hitting call back. The screen stayed black for a second before Bones' face materialized, his sharp jawline shadowed but unmistakable. Shirtless, propped on one elbow, his tattoos stretched over muscles that looked even more defined in the dim light. His ice blue eyes locked onto me like always. Hey, baby. I propped my phone against a pillow, mirroring his position. Why do you insist on calling me that? Because you are. His voice was rough, sleep still clinging to it. Did I wake you? Yep. Then I'll let you go, just wanted to see who called from this number. Cut the act. The warmth vanished from his tone, replaced by that familiar edge. You knew damn well it was me. No point denying it. Enjoy your Christmas Eve, he asked, quieter now. Yeah, it was fine. If he was in Lake Garda, he was waiting for me to hold up my end. 7 hours between us meant he couldn't do much, except remind me he still had me trapped. What about you? Hit the pub with the boys. Which boys? Max, Thuron, Shane. They know about me. Every damn detail. His gaze didn't waver, the ink on his chest shifting as he breathed. The tattoos didn't hide anything, just made him look more dangerous. Did you bring someone home? The question slipped out before I could stop it, even though I didn't really care. The silence between us felt heavy, and I needed to fill it with something. Or are you just trying to make me jealous? Just asking, he said with a shrug. Nah, but if I did, I wouldn't bring her here. Where then? Truck bed, cheap motel, dark alley, a gas station, bathroom, take your pick. Wow, real classy. You know romance isn't my thing. Did you even hook up with anyone tonight? A slow smirk tugged at his lips. You are jealous. You act like you hate me, but you don't want anyone else near me. And guess what? I feel the same damn way. I want to strangle you half the time, but I also want to carry your bags and make sure you don't slip on ice. It's messed up. Yeah, it really is. The quiet stretched between us as we stared at each other through the screen. One hand was tucked under my pillow, the other resting on my hip. The oversized shirt and tangled sheets hid my body, but his gaze still burned through me. Then his rough voice cut through the silence. So damn beautiful. I kept my face blank, but my chest tightened with the breath I held. Even with miles between us, his presence filled the room. His voice alone wrapped around me like hands, possessive and raw. I could almost feel his lips tracing my skin, his grip tightening, claiming me without even being here. That was the kind of hold he had. What's your real name? His icy blue eyes didn't waver. Bones. That's not it. It's the name I go by. Tell me. Why? What difference does it make? Because I want to know. You call me baby, I want to call you something real. I don't call you baby because I hate your name. Vanessa suits you. Then why won't you tell me? Silence. Why? I pressed. He studied me, jaw tight, like he was weighing the answer. Then he lifted the phone, his voice low. Night, baby. The screen went black before I could respond. Christmas morning was warm and bright, just like every year. The table was piled with food, wine glasses clinked, and presents spilled across the floor. I grabbed the wrapped canvas and handed it to my mom. For you and Dad. She grinned at my father before tearing into the paper. Uncle Cain and Aunt Adelina curled up by the fireplace, his arm draped over her shoulders, both sipping red wine. Sapphire's new diamond necklace glinted under the lights, Conway's gift. Carter lounged with his grandparents and sister, Carmen, while Lars, still sharp as ever, sat in his favorite chair by the fire. The room fell quiet as my parents uncovered the painting. My mom gasped. Her fingers tracing the canvas. The room fell silent for a long moment as my parents studied the painting. Dad's gaze was locked onto the family portrait I'd recreated from last year's holiday dinner. Lars had taken the photo, but I'd painted him in anyway. Mom's eyes glistened as she swallowed hard. Honey, this is incredible, Dad finished, his voice thick. Absolutely perfect. Stunning, Mom whispered, tracing a finger over the details. You captured everything. Then she turned to me, tears threatening to spill. My sweet girl, you're so gifted. She passed the painting to Dad before opening her arms wide. I slid off the couch and into her embrace, letting her squeeze me tight. She pressed 2 quick kisses to my forehead and held me like she never wanted to let go. Thank you, baby. Dad wrapped us both in his arms, his voice warm. You outdid yourself, Tesoro. I'm glad you like it, I murmured, soaking in their love. Mom pulled back just enough to cup my face. We're so proud of you. Maybe Bones wasn't wrong. Maybe I did have something special, the kind of talent that could make people feel. My parents were just as moved as he'd been. The quiet stretched until Mom finally released me with a sigh. Conway rolled his eyes. I give them an actual grandkid, and Vanessa's still the golden child. Sapphire nudged him. Oh, shut up, that was beautiful. Yeah, well, I got Dad that custom leather holster, Conway muttered. Uncle Cain snorted. Sorry, kid, but a holster doesn't hold a candle to this. Vanessa's gift just schooled all of us. Aunt Adelina smacked his leg. Language. What? Uncle Cain grinned. We're all grown here except the tiny human sapphires baking. Mom snatched the painting and marched to the wall where an old water lily print had hung since I was little. Without hesitation, she yanked it down and replaced it with mine. There, this belongs here. Carter blinked. Oh, what are you doing with the other one? Mom shrugged. Toss it, it's nothing next to this. Conway choked. Mom, that's a Monet. Meh, Mom said, waving a hand. Not even close to a Barsetti original. Bones the fire crackled in the hearth as I leaned back in my chair, swirling scotch in my glass. Outside, snowflakes drifted past the window. Christmas Day, and I'd spent it pretending it was just another Tuesday. But denial didn't change facts. This was my routine, holidays alone, year after year. Vanessa was probably laughing with her family, drowning in warmth and cheer. I could have had that too, if fate hadn't taken my parents. If I'd had siblings, their joy should have been mine. Instead, I was here, drowning in bitterness and whiskey. Sometimes the resentment burned so hot I imagined crashing their celebration, ending every last one of them. Vanessa included. But I stayed away, kept my distance. She kept asking for my real name, like it mattered. I'm Bones. That's all there is. The passports in my desk drawer didn't bear my real name, just another alias in a long line of them. Staying off the radar was easy when you didn't technically exist. Outside, the sky darkened, but I stayed planted in my office chair, lost in the memory of the last Christmas I spent with my mom. She'd gone out on Christmas Eve, picking up a client from the corner because rent was overdue and we were about to be kicked out. She just wanted to scrape together enough for a cheap toy for me. But the guy she met, he strangled her and dumped her body like trash. 3 days later, the landlord showed up for his money, found me alone, and called the cops. That's how they discovered her in the dumpster. After that, it was foster homes and a lifetime of hating the holidays and hating Vanessa. The rage coiled inside me like a snake. I could picture it slitting her throat, leaving her in a dumpster just like my mother. But even as the thought flickered through my mind, I knew I'd never do it. Pathetic, right? No matter how furious I got, I was addicted to her. She was my escape, my distraction. When she wasn't around, I counted the days until she was back. When she was with me, the nightmares faded. Then my phone buzzed, Max's name, not hers. Yeah, bad timing. It's Christmas, so yeah. He didn't push, he knew better. Might have a lead on your mom's killer. I leaned forward, elbows digging into the desk. Talk. Joe Pedretti, my guys say he's got a habit of targeting sex workers. He was in the area that night. Can't confirm yet, but the pieces fit. The name clicked. The tyrant's boss. Exactly. Works with the Russians, moves guns and drugs across Europe. And Bones, he's not some low-level thug you can just take out. The guy's got an army, cops in his pocket, he's dangerous. I clenched my jaw. Nobody's untouchable. Max sighed. Even if it's him, what's the play? You go after him, you're signing your own death warrant. Your mom's gone. The cops don't care. She wouldn't want you throwing your life away for revenge. Every word was logical, and none of it mattered. She was family, Max. It didn't matter what she did for a living. She was still my mother, and she fought like hell to keep me alive. Now it was my turn to fight for her. The voice on the other end of the line hesitated. Bones, maybe I shouldn't have told you. Too late now, I snapped. And don't worry, I'll handle this alone. You know that's not how this works, he shot back. We're brothers, you pull me into your messes, I pull you into mine. Blood brothers, a promise that meant something. Take a breath, man, think it through. You'll see this is a dead end. The line went dead. I clenched my fists so hard my knuckles cracked. The rage was a drumbeat in my skull, a wildfire in my chest. The bastard who used my mother and then left her bleeding in an alley was still breathing free air. I'd make sure he choked on it. He thought he could walk away clean. Wrong. He had no idea the kind of storm coming for him. No idea her son had grown into something far worse than he ever was. No idea I'd make sure his end was slower, uglier. The decanter of scotch shattered against the wall, glass raining onto the floor. Richard didn't even flinch. He was used to my explosions by now. I grabbed my phone and dialed Vanessa. Midnight, she might have been asleep. Hello. Her voice was soft, groggy. I stayed silent, listening to the quiet hum of the line between us. Bones, what's wrong? Everything. But I wasn't about to drag her into this. When do you get back? I needed to bury the fury, and the only way I knew how was losing myself in her. Late tomorrow, she murmured. One more day. I could hold out that long. I'll be here. The silence stretched. I didn't ask about her holiday, didn't care, just needed to hear her breathe, to remember there was still something in this world that wasn't broken. I gave my parents the painting, she said quietly. Mom cried. I could still see it, every brushstroke, every color, a family, a home, everything I'd never had. Dad loved it too. They hung it up right away. I wanted to say something kind, but the words turned to ash in my mouth. She had the life I'd been robbed of. Meanwhile, I was sitting in the dark, picturing my mother's body rotting in some trash heap while the man who put her there walked free. Life wasn't fair. It never had been. That's nice, I managed before hanging up and killing my phone. No more talking. Just the scotch, the dark, and the waiting. I drank until the world blurred, until I couldn't feel the rage anymore. Then I passed out on the couch, listening for the sound of her key in the lock. She promised she'd be back tonight. So I drove 2 hours just to be waiting when she walked in. The sight of her happiness burned me up inside, and the only way I could drown out the rage was by losing myself in her. It was my twisted way of getting even, the only thing that quieted the storm in my head. Voices grew louder outside, footsteps crunching on the porch. "Seriously, Con, I got this," Vanessa said, her voice light but firm. "I know I give you hell, but I don't actually hate you. Let me handle my own crap." Conway's deep chuckle followed. Just hearing his name made my jaw tighten. I pictured him in that tailored suit at the Underground, that smug look like he owned the place. Did he even realize who I was? The way I knew exactly who he was. The lock clicked, and for a second, I thought about staying right where I was, letting him walk in and see me lounging in his sister's place. He wouldn't be carrying, not with his pregnant fiancée waiting in the car. I could take him out quick, then deal with her. Carter might be a problem, but I could handle him solo. Vanessa, she'd come at me like a hurricane. I'd have to put her down too, but I'd made a promise. She'd kept her word, hadn't spilled a thing to her family. So I slipped into her bedroom, just out of sight. The door swung open, and there he was, Conway in a black jacket and jeans, looking like a carbon copy of his old man. Crow Barsetti might as well have been standing there. "You want these in your room?" He held up her bags, casual as ever. "No." Her answer was sharp, automatic. She knew I was here. Probably felt the weight of me in the air, the way a storm presses down before it breaks. "I've got it. You should head out. Long day." "Christ, you're stubborn," he muttered, dropping the bags. "You'd think I'd be used to it by now. Takes one to know one." "Yeah, but I'm the good-looking one." Their back and forth grated on me. No siblings, no parents, just me and my grudges. "Thanks for the ride," Vanessa said, softer now. "Christmas was nice." "Yeah," Conway agreed. "Mom and Dad loved that painting." Her voice went quiet. "Yeah, seemed like they did." I edged closer, watching from the hallway. Conway pulled her into a hug. "Call if you need anything. I'm 5 minutes away." "I know." She hugged him back, tight but quick. "Merry Christmas, Con." He kissed her forehead and left. She stood there, door shut, back rising and falling like she was holding her breath. She knew I was here, knew she'd just dodged a bullet getting him out fast. After a beat, she turned the lock and leaned her forehead against the door. Then, finally, she stepped back. I walked out of the shadows, down the hall, and into the living room. The air between us crackled, unspoken threats, promises, and the weight of what we both knew was coming. She didn't need to turn around to know I was there. Her body tensed before my footsteps even reached her ears. Standing like a barricade between me and the door, she refused to budge. Fear radiated off her in waves, something I'd never seen from her before. I closed the distance, my chest pressing against her back as my arms wrapped around her waist, the thick fabric of her jacket bunching under my fingers. Tilting my head, I brushed my lips against her neck, feeling the wild flutter of her pulse beneath my skin. Every frantic beat screamed terror, but she held her ground, buying time for her family to escape. For a second, I almost admired it. The way she'd throw herself in front of danger without a second thought. But then again, fear always made things more interesting. I tugged her jacket off, tossing it onto the hook by the door. The black long sleeve she wore clung to every curve, the fabric hugging her waist and the swell of her chest like it was made for her. Her jeans, tight enough to leave nothing to the imagination, only made it harder to keep my hands to myself. I pressed against her, letting her feel exactly what she did to me. There was something intoxicating about her fear, about knowing I was the one who could unravel her. Power was my addiction, and Vanessa Barsetti was the perfect vice. When I finally turned her around, Her eyes gave everything away: fear, defiance, a desperate need to protect. She wasn't scared of me, not really. She was scared of what I could take from her. And that was even better. My hand cradled her face, forcing her to hold my gaze. The fire in her eyes dimmed just enough to show the cracks, the raw, unguarded fear for someone else's life. She'd sacrifice herself in a heartbeat if it meant keeping her brother safe. I respected that kind of loyalty. Hell, I'd do the same for my crew. Pinning her against the door, I let my body cage hers, cutting off any escape. Her family was long gone, and now she was mine again. Even with the size difference, the strength gap, she didn't flinch from me, just from the monster she knew I could be. And damn if that didn't make me want her even more. The pad of my thumb traced the curve of her lower lip, lingering just long enough to feel the warmth of her breath. 3 days apart had felt like an eternity, enough to make me drink in every detail as if seeing her for the first time. Her lips, slick with gloss, looked even fuller under the dim light, and the smoky shadow framing her eyes only deepened their intensity. She'd curled her hair into soft waves, the kind that begged to be tangled in my fingers. When she put in the effort, she was breathtaking, the kind of woman who could grace magazine covers or walk red carpets. She could have had anyone, but she was mine. Every inch of her, from the way she shivered under my touch to the way she arched into me when I claimed her. No one else would ever get close enough to try. "Miss me." Her answer was a whisper, half defiance, half surrender. Number and yes. I tucked a loose strand of hair behind her ear, my fingers grazing the delicate skin of her neck. "Every damn second," I murmured. I could have found someone else, some lonely, desperate woman drowning in holiday blues, but what was the point? No one else had her fire, her sharp tongue, the way her body moved like it was made for mine. The thought of settling for anything less was laughable. Her cheeks flushed, that telltale pink betraying her. "Is that how you missed me?" She held my stare, but the flicker in her gaze gave her away. She could lie all she wanted, but her body remembered. The last time I had her beneath me, she'd admitted the truth. No one else compared. "You know exactly how," she muttered, like the words were dragged out of her. I backed her into the wall, relishing the way her breath hitched. "Got you a Christmas present." Her eyes narrowed. She knew better than to expect something wrapped in velvet. "Go put it on." My grip tightened in her hair, my mouth hovering just above hers, close enough to tease, not close enough to take. She parted her lips instinctively, and I smirked before letting her go. She shot me a glare sharp enough to draw blood before disappearing into the bedroom. I waited until the door clicked shut before turning to her bags. A quick search through her things, clothes, cosmetics, the usual, until my fingers brushed something heavy tucked inside a rolled-up sweater. A Glock. I almost laughed. Clever girl. Either she'd sweet-talked her father or swiped it when he wasn't looking. Too bad for her, I'd already thought 10 steps ahead. The tracker in her ankle meant I'd know if she tried to buy one, but family, that was a loophole. I emptied the magazine, sliding it back into place like nothing had changed. No spare bullets, just one shot, one target, me. The irony was delicious. I slipped the bullets into my jacket pocket near the door before sinking onto the couch, my hands restless. Vanessa wasn't the type to back down. She was sharp, calculating, and terrifyingly aware of what I was capable of. The more she learned, the more she had to fear, but fear never stopped her. If anything, it fueled her. She knew the only way to protect her family was to take me out, and she was dead set on making that happen. Most people would be furious in my position, but I wasn't most people. I was stone cold, unbreakable, and I admired the hell out of her for it. She had a spine of steel, the kind of grit that could outlast men twice her size under pressure. No matter what I threw at her, she refused to break. That kind of defiance, it forced me to respect her, and I didn't hand that out easily. Respect had to be earned, and damn if she hadn't. She never fully surrendered, not even when she was beneath me. She fought in silence, biding her time, waiting for the moment she could claw back her freedom. Yeah, she enjoyed what we did, but she never let pleasure blur the line between us. To her, I was both a man and a nightmare, and she kept those roles separate. After letting the tension simmer, I finally stepped into the bedroom. She was waiting, standing tall in red lace panties and a matching push-up bra, the crimson pumps I'd given her hugging her small feet perfectly. The bold shade made her dark skin glow, a stark contrast that reminded me of fresh blood. Her makeup was sharp, lips painted the same deep red, turning her into something out of a fever dream. My gaze raked over her, drinking in every curve. Her nipples pressed against the lace, and she shifted under my stare, arousal flickering in her eyes. She wanted this as much as I did, and my hunger only made her burn hotter. Exactly how I liked her. I closed the distance, my breath ghosting over her lips, but I didn't touch her, not yet. I let the anticipation build, savoring the way her pulse jumped under my fingers when I finally wrapped my hand around her throat. Her grip tightened on my forearm as our mouths hovered just apart, teasing, taunting. The air between us crackled like a live wire. I could feel her heartbeat, steady but strong, a reminder that she was still here, still fighting even now. Her lips parted, her breath warm against mine, and I dragged my mouth over hers without kissing her, letting the fire between us grow. I was playing with fire, and so was she. I wanted her desperate, aching, begging, and damn if she wasn't already there. Fear had melted into something hotter, something wilder. She was all in, just like I wanted. Her transformation was undeniable. She had become a woman consumed by desire, though the tension between us was anything but simple. The distance from her family seemed to amplify her hunger, letting her surrender to the ache between her thighs, the craving for my touch. "Turn over," I commanded, my grip loosening from her throat as my own need pulsed against the denim of my jeans. Anticipation was my weapon. The longer I teased, the more she unraveled. I hadn't even brushed my lips against hers yet, but I knew her body was already betraying her, slick with want. Just my presence alone could unravel her. She obeyed, crawling onto the bed with deliberate slowness, first on all fours before finally rolling onto her back, legs pressed together, heels digging into the sheets. I reached into the nightstand, pulling out the black leather restraints I'd stashed there earlier. Her eyes locked onto them instantly, suspicion flaring. "What's that for?" she demanded, voice sharp. I ignored her, sinking onto the mattress and seizing her wrists in one hand, pinning them above her head. She fought, twisting beneath me. "Stop it, you're not tying me up." "Wrong," I growled, tightening my grip. "You're mine, fight all you want, but we both know how this ends." "I said no," she thrashed, but my weight held her down effortlessly. "Since when does no mean anything to me?" I smirked, winding the belts around her wrists like coiled rope, securing them to the headboard. "I'm serious, untie me." Her voice cracked, frustration flashing in her eyes. I hovered over her, my body aching with need. Fear and fury radiated off her, an intoxicating mix. "Not happening." She jerked again, the bed shaking beneath us. "Why do this? I'm here, aren't I? I wore the damn lingerie. I'll give you what you want. Just take them off." Tears of frustration glistened in her eyes. "Then what's the problem?" I murmured, tracing my lips along her jaw. "I don't like feeling like this." "Like what?" I pressed my forehead to hers. "Helpless." Her silence was answer enough. "You are helpless with me," I whispered against her skin. "Might as well accept it." "Let me go," she pleaded, voice barely audible. "I'll do anything." I brushed my mouth over her ear, then down to her lips. "You don't have to beg, just trust me." Her breath hitched. "Never." But her body told a different story. Her voice trembled as she whispered, "I don't trust you, not even a little." My fingers tightened around her throat, forcing her eyes to meet mine before I crushed my lips against hers. At first, she fought me, twisting away, but I didn't let up. I deepened the kiss, my tongue sliding against hers in a slow, deliberate rhythm. The tension between us shifted, her anger still simmered, but something else flickered beneath it. I could feel her resistance melting, her body betraying her words. My hands traced down her sides, slipping beneath the lace of her panties. She gasped as I tugged them down, the fabric clinging to her damp skin before pooling at her knees. I smirked at the sight. She'd taken care of herself, smooth and perfect, just the way I liked. If she really hated me, she wouldn't have bothered. Her thighs pressed together instinctively, but I wasn't having it. I stripped off my clothes, my cock already hard, throbbing with need. Grabbing her discarded panties, I dragged them over my length, coating myself in her slick arousal. The scent of her filled the air, and I groaned, savoring it. Vanessa watched, her breath hitching as her legs slowly fell open again. I climbed over her, pinning her wrists above her head. "Please," she begged, voice breaking, something she'd never done before, not even when death was inches away. But this, being trapped, controlled, that cut deeper. She was fire and defiance, a storm that refused to be tamed. Too bad for her. I spread her thighs wider, lining myself up. The first push made her gasp, her body tightening around me as I sank in, inch by inch. She arched beneath me, breath ragged, like she'd forgotten how much I could take from her. When I was buried to the hilt, I paused, letting her feel every bit of me. And then I made sure she remembered I held her down, our faces almost touching, reveling in the mix of hunger and nervousness in her gaze. Her fingers fumbled with the restraints, not to escape, but as if she couldn't resist reaching for me. A low groan escaped me. I felt unstoppable, like I'd claimed something precious. The way she fit around me was unreal, tight and slick, every thrust sending sparks through my body. Vanessa arched beneath me, her heels still in those red stilettos, kicking slightly with each movement. Her breath hitched, her body responding differently than usual. Normally, she'd be gasping my name by now, but the restraints changed things. I didn't mind. Right then, she was mine completely, and that thought alone was intoxicating. Still, I wanted to wreck her in the best way. So I slowed, pressing my lips to hers in the way she loved, gentle, teasing, the kind of kiss that made her melt. The shift worked. Her resistance faded, her focus narrowing to just us, just this. The way she moved with me, the way her body remembered mine even after days apart, it was undeniable. She needed this as much as I did. Her breath turned ragged, her hips matching my rhythm, chasing that peak. When it hit, she shuddered, her muscles clenching around me so tight I nearly lost control. "Damn, Vanessa," I muttered, fighting the urge to finish right then. But I held back, determined to drag this out, to make sure she got everything she needed first. Because that's what this was about, her surrender, her pleasure, the way she came undone beneath me. And when she finally did, it was worth every second of waiting the night stretched ahead of us, and I wasn't about to waste it. With one final deep thrust, I let go, filling her completely as pleasure ripped through me. The sensation was electric, overwhelming, her body clenched around me as she rode out her own climax, her moans blending with mine. Even as I softened, I stayed inside her, savoring the warmth, the closeness. No way was I pulling out yet. She looked up at me, cheeks flushed, lips parted, utterly wrecked in the best way. But then her expression shifted, something unreadable flickering in her eyes. "Let me go," she murmured, voice barely above a whisper. I smirked. "Prisoners don't get to make requests." She exhaled sharply, frustration tightening her jaw. "A real man doesn't need restraints to keep a woman in place." Ouch, that stung mostly because I'd said the exact same thing to her once. Now she was using my own words against me. Clever, annoying. "Why do you want me to let you go?" I pressed, watching her closely. She hesitated, lips pressing together like she was fighting herself. Then, reluctantly, she admitted, "Because I want to touch you." The raw honesty in her voice caught me off guard. She hated admitting it, hated the vulnerability, but there it was. "Where?" I asked, my voice rough. Her fingers flexed like she was already imagining it. "Your neck, your shoulders," a pause, "your chest." That did it. I was hard again in seconds, rolling her beneath me, pinning her wrists to the mattress. "Too bad," I growled, thrusting deep. "You don't get to call the shots tonight." She arched into me, breath hitching, but when I finally released her wrists, she scrambled away, rubbing at the red marks left behind. Without a word, she yanked on a t-shirt, her back to me. The silence was thick, heavy. "You're not staying," she finally said, voice tight. I stretched lazily against the headboard, not even bothering to cover up. "We'll see." She shot me a glare over her shoulder. "I mean it." I just grinned. Yeah, this wasn't over. Not even close, the clock had just struck midnight, and I wasn't budging. She could threaten all she wanted, it wouldn't change a thing. If she reached for that gun, she'd find it useless. Then she'd really be screwed. My silence spoke louder than words, my stare unwavering. "Get out," she snapped. "Dress and go." "I heard you the first time," I muttered, barely above a whisper. "No need to repeat yourself." "Then why are you still here?" "Because I don't care what you want. I'll stay as long as I damn well please." "Deal with it. Deal with it." Her voice was sharp, her hands planted on her hips. The oversized t-shirt she wore barely covered her thighs, but she didn't seem to care. "No, I won't just deal with it. I've tolerated enough from you tonight." She stormed out, slamming the bedroom door behind her. I stayed put, half expecting her to return with that empty gun. Instead, I heard the rustling of blankets as she angrily made up the couch. I could have kept the whole bed, relishing her frustration. But something about her defiance gnawed at me, maybe even a flicker of guilt. I tugged on my boxers and stepped into the dim living room. She was curled into a tight ball under two thin blankets, shivering in the dark. The cold didn't bother me, I thrived in it. Summer was my least favorite season, all heat and suffocation. Kneeling beside the couch, I leaned in close enough to feel her breath hitch. "You're gonna freeze out here," I said. "Better than sharing a bed with you." The kitchen light cast a dull glow through the apartment, barely touching the edges of the room. "You showed up," I pointed out. "So why the tantrum? I've done worse than tie you up. This shouldn't be the hill you die on." "You crossed a line," she shot back, eyes still shut. I said no. No doesn't mean a damn thing to me. The hardwood floor was cold under me, but I barely noticed. "That's bullshit. You don't know me at all." "I know you better than you think, Bones." Her voice wavered, but her resolve didn't. "I've put up with a lot, but I won't be restrained again. It makes me feel trapped, helpless." "Then why come?" "Because you made me." I smirked, crossing my arms. "Tell me you won't fight me next time." "I can't promise that." "Bones," she said, her tone cutting through the dark. "This isn't negotiable. I'll fight you every time." A cold laugh escaped me. "Ever think I like when you fight, that your fear turns me on? That's who I am." "You're more than that." I rolled my eyes. "Keep telling yourself that." "You're better than this, Bones. I don't buy that you're as terrible as you claim." I scoffed, turning away. "Then you're even more naive than I gave you credit for, and honestly, that stings." "Bones." Her voice was firmer this time, demanding my attention. Reluctantly, I met her eyes as she propped herself up, leveling me with a look that held more steel than I expected. "I'm not asking, I'm telling you. Stop. I won't stand for it anymore." There was something unnerving about the way she held my gaze, unshaken, like she had any right to make demands of me. So why was I listening? Why had I followed her out here instead of shutting her down? Why was I the one on the damn floor when she should have been the one beneath me? But there it was. Something about her clawed at the parts of me I thought were long dead. "Fine, you win this round, but don't get used to it." Relief softened her features, and she exhaled like she'd been holding her breath for hours. "I shouldn't have to thank you, but thank you." I stared ahead, jaw tight. "Why does this matter so much to you? What aren't you saying?" She hesitated. "It's nothing." "Bullshit." My eyes snapped back to hers. "Talk." Her breath hitched, and just like that, the dam broke. When a woman's restrained, it feels like violation, like she has no choice, and I can't stop thinking about my mother, how she would have fought back unless. Her voice cracked, tears spilling over before she could stop them. Unless she was forced. Unless she was. the weight of it hit me like a punch to the gut. For the first time, regret twisted inside me, real, ugly, undeniable. I couldn't bring myself to say the words, but I could give her this. I pulled her close, wiping her tears with my thumbs before pressing my lips to her damp cheeks. Semir. Scooping her up, I carried her to bed, her arms clinging to me like I was the only thing keeping her grounded. She didn't push me away this time. Instead, she curled into me, her face buried against my chest like she needed the contact as much as I did. My fingers trailed through her hair, slow and steady, as she whispered, "Why did you stop?" The question hung between us. Heavy with everything left unsaid, the unspoken question hung between us, heavy with implication. From the moment she became my captive, she'd braced herself for the worst, expecting me to take what wasn't offered. Maybe I would have, if not for the memory of my father doing the same to her mother. That alone made me draw a line. Killing, torture, fine. But forcing myself on a woman, no matter how much it tempted me, felt like crossing into something irredeemable. My own mother had been used by men her whole life. Why would I become just another one of them? Sure, I was already a monster, but even monsters have limits. I knew what my father did to your mother, I admitted, my voice rough. And I refuse to repeat it with you. Your family destroyed mine, but that doesn't excuse his actions. I won't pretend it does, so I made sure not to make the same mistake. Call it balancing the scales. Her breath hitched, fingers tracing slow, uncertain lines down my torso before she finally exhaled. "Thank you." "Don't thank me," I muttered, pulling her closer. This wasn't about mercy. It was about making sure I had every right to ruin your family without hypocrisy. My hand tangled in her hair as we lay there, skin against skin, the weight of our history pressing between us. "So you won't restrain me again?" she asked, unfazed. Of course she wasn't surprised. She'd brought a gun home, after all. If she pulled the trigger, I'd have to respond. Maybe I'd break her, maybe worse. But for now, no. She pressed into me, her grip tightening like she was staking a claim. "Promise." "I don't make promises," I reminded her. "You make them for me." I tipped her chin up, meeting her eyes before brushing my lips against hers. "Yeah, I promise." Vanessa, the bathroom door swung open to reveal Bones, towel slung low on his hips, my toothbrush in his mouth. "Seriously, that's vile." He smirked around the bristles, muscles flexing as he scrubbed. The way his forearms moved was almost hypnotic, like watching a predator stretch before a hunt. Finally, he spat into the sink. "Vile's my specialty." Last night, I'd slept deeper than I had in months. Not because of wine or exhaustion, but because I'd grown used to the solid heat of him beneath me, steady as a heartbeat. It was messed up, terrifying, even how safe I felt with him. Like nothing could touch me as long as he was there. And that scared me more than anything Knuckles might have been able to break into my place, but Bones would tear him apart before he even got through the door. He was like a personal bodyguard, loyal but lethal if provoked. That duality made me feel both secure and uneasy around him. He rinsed the toothbrush under the faucet and tossed it back into the cup. "You want breakfast here, or should we grab something out?" That question had layers of absurdity. "First off, my fridge is empty. Second, since when do you cook?" He casually tossed the towel onto the hook, completely unbothered by his lack of clothes. "I stocked your kitchen yesterday, and yeah, I can cook." I barely processed his words because my attention was, elsewhere. Even relaxed, he was impressively built, like some kind of genetic anomaly. Most guys were either growers or showers, but Bones, no question. When I finally dragged my gaze up, he was smirking. "What?" He strolled out, all confidence and muscle, leaving me staring at the toothbrush. Gross, but my need for fresh breath won out. The weirdest part, I wasn't even that repulsed anymore. As I brushed, I replayed last night, how he'd actually listened when I pushed back. That tiny crack in his armor made him feel less like a villain and more like a messed-up human. Maybe, just maybe, I had some leverage. In the kitchen, he was flipping bacon with the ease of someone who'd done it 1,000 times. So you managed groceries but forgot a toothbrush. I leaned against the counter, arms crossed. He shot me a look. Maybe I like sharing. I don't. Then why keep using it? His grin was infuriating. You could buy a new one for $1, but here you are. It's not yours. True, he said, plating the food. It's ours. We ate on the floor since my apartment didn't have a table. Arguing felt pointless, better to savor the rare home-cooked meal. The bacon was perfect, crispy but not burnt, and for a second it almost felt normal. Almost the eggs were perfectly cooked, golden at the edges, and the bacon had that satisfying crunch. Not bad, I admitted after the first bite. Not bad, he raised an eyebrow, unimpressed. Try again. I rolled my eyes but took another bite. Okay, fine, it's amazing, happy. Much better. His plate was piled high, double my portion, with 4 slices of toast stacked on the side. The man ate like he was training for a marathon, devouring everything in sight without gaining a pound. Seriously, when do you even work out? I never see you lift a finger. He smirked over his coffee, those icy blue eyes locked on me. Sex is cardio, and when I'm not around. I have a home gym, heavy lifting, some running, what's your excuse? I laughed, shoving another piece of bacon in my mouth. You know I don't work out. Could have fooled me. I walk everywhere in Milan, that's my workout. You've got definition, though. Maybe it's from dodging lunatics, I shot back. His grin turned sharp as he popped another bite into his mouth. You think I'm a lunatic? I know you are. You murder people for cash and want to ruin my family, who, by the way, are saints. Textbook psychopath. Sweetheart, I've met real psychopaths, he said, leaning back. Trust me, I'm not one of them. Last night proved I don't trust you, but you still believe I'll keep my word. Damn it, he had me there. You trust my honesty, he mused. So who's really the crazy one? I dropped my gaze to my plate, the air between us thickening. He was a predator, always on the edge of snapping, and yet I couldn't stop poking the bear. Too stubborn to play the meek captive, too reckless to shut up. I told my dad I'm quitting school. For the first time, Bones actually paused mid-bite. And he said he'd back me no matter what. Bones took a slow sip of coffee. Glad you took my advice. I didn't take it, I considered it. Same difference, and for the record, I'm a genius. I didn't doubt that. I'd known it from the second we met. So now what? I'll paint full-time. Dad said I can display my work at the winery, maybe sell a few pieces. Oh, you'll sell them, he said. Pro tip, start high. How? Price. If you undervalue yourself, people will too. I charge a fortune because I'm the best. Make them pay what you're worth. You're proud of that. My voice turned icy. I saw you kill that man. You didn't even bother hiding it. He shrugged. I don't need to hide. Cops won't touch me. That's what clients pay for fearlessness. The casual arrogance made my stomach twist. But then, out of nowhere, he added, You ever been to Venice? The light there, perfect for painting. The sudden shift threw me. Was he giving me travel tips? Maybe, I muttered. Think about it. He finished his coffee, that dangerous glint back in his eyes. Just don't get any ideas about running. As if I could, the detective leaned back in his chair, his smirk dripping with arrogance. You think the cops can touch me? One call and any investigation disappears. Poof, just like that. His fingers snapped with theatrical flair, the sound sharp as a gunshot. I clenched my fork tighter, the metal cold against my palm. Nobody's untouchable. Really? His laugh was bitter. Then why isn't your whole family behind bars? Your dad kept your mom locked up for months. Shut your mouth. My voice stayed low, but the warning in it was unmistakable. My gun was still in my bag, but right now, the fork felt like enough. Bones went silent, his icy stare locking onto mine. Fine, he said after a beat. Let's talk about my family. While you were stuffing your face with holiday cookies, I got a call. His jaw tightened. One of my guys found the man who killed my mother, some rich creep who gets off on murdering women like her. 20 victims, and the cops don't care because they see them as disposable. That's the world, sweetheart. Money buys freedom. The rest of us were just background noise. The image hit me like a punch, Bones alone in some dim apartment, gripping the phone while I was laughing with my family, my mom glowing with joy. She'd survived hell, but his mother never got that chance. A lump formed in my throat. "I'm sorry." His eyes didn't waver, blue and unreadable. "Christmas Eve," he said flatly. "She took that job to pay rent to buy me some stupid toy. If I'd been older, stronger, if I could have protected her." His voice didn't crack, but the fury in it was raw. He wasn't asking for pity. He was counting down to revenge. The air between us thickened, heavy with things neither of us could fix. Outside, a car alarm blared, breaking the tension like a snapped wire. For a second, I almost wished I hadn't left my gun in the bag. Almost the moment I knew for sure it was him, I'd kill him myself, leave his corpse rotting in some back alley trash bin. Bones wasn't the kind of man who hesitated when it came to revenge, especially not for his mother. And honestly, I wouldn't try to stop him. If it were my mom, I'd be the same, hunting that bastard down until justice was served, no matter the cost. Here I was, his prisoner, my family under constant threat, yet I couldn't help but feel for him. The guy had been dealt a brutal hand, raised without love, without family, without even knowing the monster who fathered him. While I grew up surrounded by warmth, he had nothing. Not even a damn Christmas dinner with someone who cared. I shifted closer, my knees scraping against the floor. His glare stayed sharp, unyielding. "Save the sympathy," he muttered. "I don't need it." But I wasn't offering pity. I climbed into his lap, arms looping around his neck, my face pressed against his shoulder. "This isn't about you," I admitted. "It's about me, because right now my chest hurts just thinking about it." He didn't move. No embrace, no wandering hands like usual, just rigid silence. His breathing stayed steady, but I knew better. If he really didn't care, he wouldn't have brought it up at all. "Thought you hated me," he said finally. For once, there was no tension between us, no distraction of lust, just raw, uncomfortable truth. "I do," I answered. "But hate doesn't erase understanding. Doesn't mean I can't see how screwed up your life's been." Then, after a long pause, his arms wrapped around me, pulling me tight. No words, just the weight of his hold, his rough cheek pressed to mine. Later, his truck rumbled through Milan's streets, stopping at a red light. "Where are we going?" I asked. "You'll see." "Then why'd you make me pack a bag?" His grip tightened on the wheel. "You never shut up, do you?" I smirked. "You expected different." The light turned green, and we rolled forward, weaving past snowbanks and centuries-old churches. The sun cut through the cold, turning the slush in the gutters into glittering puddles. "You keep asking," he said, knowing I won't answer. "I'd like to know if I'm coming back." His laugh was dark. "You stopped coming back the second I took you." I turned away, done arguing. My gun was still tucked under my mattress at home, waiting. And when the time came, I wouldn't hesitate. I might feel sorry for him, but that wouldn't bridge the gap between us. We were on opposite sides, plain and simple. After a tense 15-minute drive, Bones pulled into an empty lot in front of a sleek, modern building. A heavy black gate slid open as we approached, like it recognized his car. He parked and shut off the engine, leaving me wondering, was this it? Had he decided to end me after all? Then why tell me to pack a bag? Where the hell are we? He grabbed my duffel from the backseat, slinging it over his shoulder with ease. "Told you I had a place in Milan. This is it." The lobby was eerily quiet as we stepped inside, the elevator doors closing behind us with a soft chime. "You're the only one who lives here." "Yeah." I bit my tongue before mentioning Conway had a similar setup. No need to give Bones any extra info. The elevator climbed to the top floor. "This is my private space," he said. "The rest of the building is for other interests." I didn't ask. I already knew those interests weren't knitting or stamp collecting. The doors opened to a sprawling living room, all warm Tuscan tones and understated luxury, just like his Lake Garda place, but bigger. The space could have hosted a small party without feeling cramped. The dark wood furniture, the thick rug underfoot, everything screamed masculine elegance. So my apartment wasn't good enough for you. Your place was fine. I just needed more space. He dropped my bag onto the couch and my pulse spiked. More space for what? A kill room? A studio for his next snuff film? Why hadn't I grabbed that damn gun? My breath came too fast, my chest tight. Every vase, every heavy-looking decoration became a potential weapon in my mind, but none of them were enough. Come on. He started down the hall. I'll show you. I didn't move. Yesterday's moment of connection meant nothing. He'd let me see his pain, and now he was going to make me feel mine. Maybe my pity pissed him off. Maybe he was afraid he'd start feeling something for me too, and that was dangerous. When I didn't follow, he turned, eyes sharp. I said come. The elevator was behind me, but no way could I outrun him. Even if I got to my phone, who'd get here in time? Not my father, not anyone. But I wasn't going down without a fight. His expression shifted. Baby, what's wrong? Don't baby me. In one quick motion, I grabbed the heavy bronze platter off the coffee table, gripping it like a shield. Let him try something. I was ready, my fingers tightened around the plate, knuckles white as I took a step back, ready to swing it at his head the second he got close. His expression shifted, genuine shock flashing across his face like he hadn't expected me to fight back. You really think I'd just walk into this trap like some idiot? If you're planning to kill me, you'd better be ready for a fight. So come on, asshole. But he didn't charge at me. Instead, he crossed his arms and just watched. My pulse hammered in my ears, every muscle coiled tight. I was ready to go down swinging. What did I have to lose? If I didn't stop him, I was dead anyway. I'm not here to kill you, he said, voice eerily calm. Like hell, then why drag me here? To show you something. Oh, what your creepy little collection? I snapped, eyeing the knife on the table. Seen it. He took a slow step forward, hand raised. Put the plate down. Not a chance. I backed up, clutching it tighter. It was my Mother S. For a second, I almost hurled it to the floor just to spite him. He'd taken everything else. Why should I care about some stupid dish? I swear, Vanessa, I didn't bring you here to hurt you. Yeah, right. He'd say anything to keep me from panicking. He inched closer, palm open. I don't want to kill you, but if you break that plate, I might. It's the last thing I have of hers. Scratch it and I'll cut your throat before you blink. My grip loosened. I stared down at the plate, vivid blue, painted with swirling fish, completely out of place in his dull, lifeless apartment. The second my guard dropped, he moved. Fast. He snatched it from my hands, and for a heartbeat, I braced for a blow. But he just walked back to the table and set it down carefully. Now, he sighed, turning back to me, are you done with the dramatics? I didn't move. Whatever he wanted to show me, I wasn't ready. Vanessa, he said, rolling his eyes, if I wanted you dead, I'd tell you. I love watching you scream, but today, not happening. He stepped closer, arms stiff at his sides, stopping right in front of me with an impatient glare. Promise me. The words slipped out before I could stop them. His hands came up, rough fingers cradling my face. I promise. And just like that, the monster became my protector. It was messed up. How could I feel relief when he'd terrorized me for weeks? How could I let myself trust him, even for a second, when I knew exactly what he was capable of? But in that moment, his touch was the only thing keeping me from falling apart. He set the bar so impossibly low that even the smallest kindness from him felt like a miracle. It was a twisted game of emotional manipulation. His lips brushed against mine, his fingers tangling in my hair as he tilted my chin up, forcing me onto my toes just to meet him halfway. The warmth of his body pressed against mine, steadying me as I leaned into him. That kiss shouldn't have meant anything, but it left me craving more, something I hated myself for. Then, just like that, he pulled away, striding down the hall without a backward glance. This time, I didn't hesitate to follow. Our footsteps echoed on the hardwood as we turned toward a door on the left. His hand hovered over the knob, hesitating before he finally spoke. "Had a little help with this. If it's not right, tell me. I can fix it." I frowned, completely lost. What could possibly be behind that door? A bedroom? Why would I need one when my own place was barely a drive away? He pushed it open, stepping aside to let me pass. And then I froze. Sunlight poured in through a massive floor-to-ceiling window, framing the city skyline like a living painting. The room was bathed in golden light, an artist's paradise. 3 easels stood ready, stocked with fresh paints and brushes. A work table in the center held every supply I could ever need, and in the corner, plush couches surrounded a coffee table, a quiet retreat for when inspiration ran dry. I couldn't breathe. Bones watched me, his gaze sharp, dissecting every flicker of emotion on my face. "You said natural light was everything. Figured you'd want a real studio now that you're going full-time with your art. It's yours whenever you want it, even when I'm not here." My throat tightened. This was Bones. The same man who'd sworn to destroy me, who treated me like property, who had a heart colder than concrete. And yet, here he was, handing me something so perfect it hurt. "I don't know what to say," he shrugged, shoving his hands in his pockets as he turned toward the window. "Then don't." For the first time, I wondered if maybe, just maybe, there was something beneath all that ice. Not just a killer, but a man torn between vengeance and something else. Something that, against all odds, looked a little like regret. "Let me be straight with you, this isn't just about you." He turned back, the fabric of his dark hoodie pulling tight across his broad shoulders. Even in a room with towering ceilings, his presence loomed larger than life, his frame making everything around him seem smaller. "It's not," I murmured, barely above a whisper. "No," he said, closing the distance between us, his icy blue gaze locking onto mine. "I need you to create something for me." My eyebrows shot up. "You want me to paint something?" The idea caught me off guard. He'd never shown interest in art before, everything in his place had been picked out by his assistant. "Yes," he confirmed, his voice low. "What do you want?" Maybe a portrait of someone he cared about. I'd sketched my own family before, capturing their likenesses with near-photographic precision. But then he stepped closer, his breath warm against my lips, his hands sliding up my arms. His forehead pressed to mine, his focus dropping to my mouth. "You," he said. Later I guided her onto the bed, her legs tucked beneath her, the delicate lace of her black bodysuit clinging to her olive skin. I wasn't an artist, but I knew exactly the vision I wanted. Yanking the sheets back, I draped them around her, letting the white fabric contrast against her body. The diamond necklace I'd bought glinted as I fastened it around her throat, followed by a matching bracelet. Every piece was deliberate. She was already royalty, and I was just adorning her properly. Her dark curls framed her face, lips painted a deep crimson, eyes smoldering beneath smoky shadow. I lifted my phone, angling it so the sunlight streaming through the windows caught her just right. No posing, no direction, she was effortless. The fabric hugged the curve of her back, her cleavage just hinted at beneath the lace. The shot was flawless. Tucking my phone away, I exhaled sharply. The fact that she thought I'd brought her here to kill her still burned. Under different circumstances, it might have been a fair guess, but she couldn't have been more wrong. I didn't do surprises. My targets always knew I was coming. But her, she was different. And when the time came, I'd want this painting, her creation, her essence trapped in brushstrokes, to hang in my office. So when I drowned myself in whiskey, I could stare at it and remember the woman who, for a moment, made me hesitate. She tugged the blanket higher, even though I'd seen every inch of her countless times. "I don't know if I can do this." Too bad. I wasn't asking. She'd paint it whether she liked it or not. Sometimes she forgot her place, mistakenly believing she had choices. But she didn't. "Where are you putting it?" "Right above the fireplace at the lake house." I stood beside the bed, finally eye to eye when she sat up. Being a foot taller meant I usually had to look down, but not now. Lake Garter again, you already have one there. Her voice was barely audible. Then why? Because I want something new, and the only thing worth hanging on my wall is you. I yanked the sheet away, exposing her smooth stomach, that perfect little belly button, the unmarked skin except for the scar on her arm. A bullet had grazed her once. We matched, though mine were in more places. Her hesitation lingered in her gaze. I've never painted myself like this. It feels strange. You did in that holiday portrait. That wasn't the same. How? Because that was for them. A painting is about who's looking. I showed my family what they wanted to see, but if I paint what you see, she trailed off, but the meaning hung between us. As the gorgeous woman I can't keep my hands off, I smirked. Own it, you know you're stunning, she swallowed. As your captive. That just made it hotter. You'll nail it. I gripped her hips, dragging her toward me until her back hit the mattress, her hair fanning out. I unhooked her bodysuit, revealing her, my fingers already circling her clit. She wasn't ready yet, I knew that. I needed her dripping, or this wouldn't work. No way I was fitting inside otherwise. Her breaths quickened, filling the silence, her earlier resistance fading as my touch took over. When I slid 2 fingers inside, her back arched, a gasp escaping her. The second I felt her wetness, I knew. I shoved my jeans down, positioned her at the edge of the bed, and pushed into her in one deep thrust. A soft whimper slipped out as her hand pressed against my chest. Too much. Didn't matter. I'd take her as hard as I wanted. If it hurt, good. If she cried, even better. Note, adjusted tone to intensify the unsettling power dynamic while keeping the original tension. Added subtle details like the fireplace placement and the holiday portrait reference to deepen context. The moment she told me to stop, I froze. She didn't say it often, so when she did, I knew she was serious. With anyone else, I might have brushed it off, but with her, I respected her too much to ignore it. I eased into her, careful not to go too deep, keeping just enough space to avoid hurting her again. The angle let me press closer, but she was already taking so much, asking for more would have been greedy. Her legs hooked around me as I moved slowly, savoring the sight of her beneath me. Her eyes glistened from earlier, making her even more stunning. There was something about seeing her like this, vulnerable yet powerful. Her fingers curled into my shirt, tugging it upward until I yanked it off and tossed it aside. The second her hands were on me, tracing my abs and chest, I was done for. The way she touched me, hungry, possessive, sent heat straight through me. Her nails scraped lightly, her lips parting with each breath. And then she moaned. Damn, Vanessa was a paradox. 1 minute she was untouchable, the next she was melting under my touch. The tension between us vanished in moments like this, replaced by something raw and intoxicating. She arched beneath me, her dark hair fanned out against my sheets, her body a perfect contrast of tanned skin and black lace. You have no idea how good you look right now, I murmured. She smirked, dragging her hands down my hips to pull me deeper. Not as good as you. That was all it took. I lost control, my rhythm faltering as she tightened around me. Her breath hitched, her grip in my hair tightening. Don't stop, she whispered against my lips. I didn't. After that, we didn't leave my room for hours. The night stretched on, the intensity between us burning through the hours until the early morning. The sheets were a mess, but neither of us gave it a second thought. I'd never been with someone like this before, relentless, consuming. By the time it was over, I was spent, completely drained. She drifted off immediately, while I wandered into the living room, my mind restless. My gaze landed on the plate she'd grabbed earlier, like it could have stopped me. The thought almost made me laugh. Pouring myself a stiff drink, I took in the sparse kitchen. Barely any food, just the essentials. This wasn't home, just a stopover. My real place was back in Lake Garda, away from the noise, the people, and people, mostly worthless. The city lights outside the window blurred together, no different from any other skyline I'd seen. The scotch burned its way down, but sleep wouldn't come. Instead, my thoughts circled back to that damn painting. I wanted her to create it, a twisted keepsake, proof of what I'd taken. But the longer I sat there, the more it gnawed at me. Was I really proud of this? Forcing her to immortalize something she never asked for. The hypocrisy hit hard. She thought I'd kill her, and why wouldn't she? That was the plan. So why did it sting when she assumed the worst? My phone buzzed. Max, you in Milan? Yeah, no point asking how he knew. We need to talk. Same spot. I hesitated. Not tonight. Got company. Barsetti. Yeah, so you're not finishing the job? I ignored the question. Tomorrow. Use the backup location. When I finally dragged myself out of bed, she was already gone, probably working on that painting. After a brutal workout and a scalding shower, I found her exactly where I expected, hunched over the easel, lost in the details. The room around her was meticulously recreated, every shadow, every thread in the curtains. But her own figure, still just a rough outline. She didn't turn when I entered, her brush barely pausing as she traced the curve of her own silhouette against the sheets. I moved closer, watching, my pulse oddly unsteady the moment I glanced up from her painting to look at her, my stomach twisted. She was wearing my shirt, the same black tee I'd stripped off when she asked me to, the one left crumpled on the floor after we spent the night tangled together. I hadn't even thought to grab it this morning, and now it hung off her frame like a dress, the hem brushing her thighs, the sleeves swallowing her arms. It shouldn't have been sexy, but it was. The way her bare legs peeked out, smooth and toned, made my pulse kick up. No one had ever worn my clothes before, and definitely no one had made them look that good. For a second, I just stared, my grip tightening on the edge of the counter. She had her own damn clothes in a bag, so why this? Why mine? I was possessive, always had been, but this was different. It wasn't just about control anymore. It was like she'd staked a claim on me, and I didn't know how to feel about it. Normally, I didn't let myself see them as people. They were targets, nothing more, livestock waiting for slaughter. But her in that shirt, it messed with my head. I yanked my sweater on, shoved my feet into my boots, and grabbed my keys. Vanessa was curled on the couch, wrapped in a blanket, some reality show playing in the background. "You're leaving?" she asked, sitting up when she saw me heading for the door. "Yeah, meeting the guys." Her eyebrows shot up. "Now it's almost 8. I smirked. "I can tell time, Vanessa." "But I'll be back." I didn't owe her an explanation. I killed people for a living, schedules didn't exactly apply. She followed me, barefoot and stubborn, that ridiculous purple nightgown doing nothing to hide her body. "Is something wrong? I've got work." "You'll come back tonight," the elevator dinged. "Yeah, that's it," her voice sharpened. "No, be good. No, don't wait up." I stepped inside, hitting the button. "I'm not your boyfriend." The doors slid shut on her glare, and I exhaled, rubbing my temples. This was dangerous. She made me forget the blood on my hands, made me feel things I shouldn't. And that shirt, it was like a goddamn leash. So I did what I always did, pushed her away before she could get any closer. The elevator descended, and I clenched my fists. I didn't like how much I already missed her. The dim glow of neon signs led me to a dive bar a couple blocks down, the kind of place where shady characters minded their own business and trouble was ignored. Half-naked women swayed on brass poles, their bodies glistening under the strobe lights. Not my scene. Max was already there, grinning like a fool while some blonde grinded on his lap. I slid into the booth across from him. "Save the fun for later," he laughed, waving the girl off. "What, like you don't get yours every night?" He took a swig of his beer and my jaw tightened. The way he talked about Vanessa, like he had any right to mention what was mine, pissed me off. "She's not up for discussion. What have you got?" A manila folder sat between us, but he didn't hand it over. His dark eyes locked onto mine, fingers drumming against his glass. "Off limits, huh?" "Damn right." My stare was a warning. "First, you wanted her dead, then you just wanted to keep her. Now she's untouchable. Only wives and family get that treatment. So which is she? Because I know she ain't blood. We had rules. Wives were sacred, no jokes, no disrespect. If a crew member and his wife got snatched, she walked free even if he didn't. But that wasn't why I shut Max down. I just didn't want his mouth anywhere near her name. You got anything on Joe or not? Max backed off, maybe sensing the storm brewing under my skin. Pretty sure it was him. Evidence puts him in the area the night it went down. Too convenient. Too damn convenient. Look, if you're gonna do this, make it clean. One slip and the tyrants come for all of us. You really want to drag everyone down for revenge? I smirked. I don't leave trails. His gaze darted around, checking for eavesdroppers. You're gambling with our lives, man. Nobody thinks your mom's ghost is worth that. Let it go. Easy for him to say. What if it was your mother? Silence. You wouldn't walk away, I said, voice like ice. And if you did, you'd be no son at all. He shot back. What mother would want her kid dead over a corpse? We locked eyes as the bass thumped overhead. The dancers moved in slow, hypnotic circles, skin gleaming under the haze of cigarette smoke. Once I'd have been distracted. But now, all I saw was Vanessa's face, and suddenly nothing else mattered. Vanessa made every other woman look like amateurs. Max broke the silence by sliding a folder across the desk. Got a job for you. Where this time? Russia, I groaned. Russia was brutal, freezing, endless, and 3 times the size of the entire European Union. When do I leave? Now. So much for a good night's sleep. What's the payout? 20 mil, I whistled. Someone really wants this guy gone. Max's expression darkened. He assaulted our client's daughter, the extras for making it slow. Ah, a revenge job. Say no more. Back at my place, Vanessa lounged in my bed, thumbs tapping away at her phone game. She tracked me with her eyes but stayed silent, still pissed from our last argument. I grabbed my duffel, tossing in essentials. The second she realized I was packing, she cracked. Where the hell are you going? Job, Russia. Seriously, tonight? Yep, be back in a few days. Keys yours while I'm gone. She sat up, hair spilling over one shoulder, looking way too good in my sheets. Another kill, I yanked the zipper shut. Yeah, her arms folded, judgmental, typical. He raped a girl, I said flatly. No guilt, no apologies, just facts. Her arms dropped. Oh, that painting better be finished when I return. Art doesn't work on a schedule. But you do. I slung the bag over my shoulder, pausing at the bed. My weapons were locked upstairs, no chances. Her neckline tempted me, but the clock was ticking. Don't bother calling, I won't pick up. Fine. I almost kissed her. Almost. Too damn domestic. Things were messy now, more than just captor and captive. The tension hung thick between us. I forced myself toward the door. Bones. I froze, grip tightening on the strap. Part of me wanted to walk out like she meant nothing. The other part, weak. I turned. She knelt on the bed, yanked off that purple nightgown, and damn. Every inch of her was a distraction I didn't need right now. Vanessa's deep brown skin glowed under the dim bedroom light, making her look irresistible. You're really gonna walk out without saying goodbye to me, she murmured, her voice dripping with temptation. My body reacted instantly. My bag hit the floor, and I was stripping off my clothes before I could think. The mission could wait. Not when she was looking at me like that, her curves begging for attention, her lips parted in invitation. I barely had time to kick off my shoes before she yanked me onto the bed, her legs locking around me like a vice. Her fingers tangled in my hair as she kissed me hard, like she was trying to brand me with her mouth. I didn't resist. How could I? The second I slid inside her, it was like coming home. Say you're sorry, she demanded, her nails digging into my shoulders. And damn if I didn't mean it when I whispered, I'm sorry, baby. But the truth was, I hated how much power she had over me. Every promise I made to her was another crack in my control. She was my weakness, my distraction, the one thing that could make me forget who I was supposed to be. And the worst part, she knew it. The way she moved beneath me, the way she moaned, it wasn't just pleasure. It was a battle, one we both kept losing. By morning, the regret hit Vanessa like a freight train. She sat up in bed, heart pounding, disgusted with herself. Since when did she crave a man like this? Since when did she wake up aching for more? Bones had ruined her, not just her body, but her pride. She'd never been the type to cry, but hot tears burned down her cheeks anyway. She hated him, hated how he made her feel. Hated that she couldn't stop wanting him. And the most terrifying part, she wasn't sure if she was trapped, or if she'd trapped herself. The tension between us was undeniable. Bones craved me just as much as I craved him. Every night, he chose me over anyone else, even though he despised me for what I'd done to his family. Killing me would have been easy, but he couldn't bring himself to do it. Neither could I. We were trapped in this sick dance, and I knew one of us wouldn't make it out alive. And I refused to let that be me. Days blurred together in his penthouse, the key and security code left for me like some twisted trust exercise. I had free reign of his space, except for the other floors. What was he hiding? A private gym? A weapons stash? I never found out. Instead, I lost myself in my painting, using the morning light to perfect every shade. At first, it felt strange, depicting myself like that, knowing what happened right after the photo was taken. But soon I detached, treating it like any other subject. Mixing paints, adjusting tones, I obsessed over every detail, layering colors until they bled with emotion. This wasn't just a portrait, it was a snapshot of us. The way he saw me, trapped, desired his, the finished piece stole my breath. Not because of my face, but because it held everything, the hunger, the tension, the unspoken war between us. A photo couldn't do that. But this, anyone who saw it would feel it. I stepped back, imagining it framed in his office. Why would he want this when he had the real thing? He wasn't some art collector. Then it clicked. This wasn't just a painting. It was a trophy. Proof that even in my defiance, I was still his. He craved it because I wouldn't be there forever, just a fleeting moment in his twisted game. Soon, I'd be nothing but a ghost in his memory, and he wanted to lock down every sensation, every sickening thrill of control. The way his obsession teetered between desire and cruelty made my hands tremble, but I clenched them tight. Bones had never lied about what I was to him, a temporary obsession, a body to enjoy before he ended it. The only question was when he'd finally get bored enough to pull the trigger himself. Time was running out. The next time he showed up at my place, I'd have to be the one to end this. No hesitation, no mercy. I hadn't seen him in days, and I refused to stay surrounded by his things, his influence. That gorgeous studio he gave me, I couldn't paint there anymore. It was too dangerous, too seductive. He swore it was just for his portrait, but I knew better. It was another way to keep me trapped, another pretty cage. The painting came with me when I left. I wasn't giving it to him, not ever. When he finally barged back into my life, he wouldn't walk out alive. My dad would handle the rest. No explanations, no awkward confessions about sleeping with the man I was about to kill. The painting was another problem. A self-portrait in lingerie, sprawled across his bed. What was I supposed to do with that? Hang it like some twisted trophy, burn it and pretend it never existed. But destroying it felt wrong. The art itself wasn't the sin. It was raw, honest, even beautiful in its darkness. Bones had an eye for composition, I'd give him that. He took the photo. I just poured my soul into the brushstrokes. The gun was tucked under my pillow, waiting. He wouldn't call, wouldn't warn me. He'd just appear like he owned the place. And tonight, as I picked at my dinner with the painting propped by the window, I heard footsteps. My pulse spiked before the doorknob even turned. Of course, he didn't knock. Just picked the lock like he had every right. The door swung open, and there he stood, all in black, his broad frame filling the doorway. His icy blue eyes locked onto me, a storm of emotions flickering behind them. Anger, hunger, something almost like regret. But I wasn't fooled. Monsters don't change. And tonight, one of us wasn't walking away. My nerves weren't from the intensity of his stare. They came from what I was about to do. Maybe it was just paranoia, but something in his eyes made me wonder if he already knew. His focus shifted to the painting, and he froze, studying it like it held secrets. Then he moved closer, arms crossed, his back to me. I watched the steady rise and fall of his shoulders, trying to guess his thoughts. Did it move him? Was this the memory he wanted to keep of me? Knowing him, he might have ripped it apart without warning. But he didn't. He just stood there, motionless, silent. Minutes stretched into an hour, and still he didn't speak. I finally stepped beside him, stealing a glance at his face. His icy blue eyes gave nothing away, jaw set in that permanent scowl. The only times that expression ever softened, when he was being insufferable or when we were tangled in sheets. Otherwise, he was an impenetrable fortress. We hadn't exchanged a single word since he walked in, no questions about why I was here, no sarcastic quips, no mention of his job in Moscow. No kiss, either. Yet the silence between us felt louder than any conversation. Just being in the same room was enough. Another 15 minutes passed. If he was still staring, he must have loved it. Nothing held his attention this long unless it struck deep. Finally, he turned to me, his gaze locking onto mine. Still no words, and I hated it, hated how my knees went weak under that look, hated the stupid relief flooding me knowing he'd made it back alive. Hated the ache in my lips because he hadn't kissed me yet. Worst of all, I wanted to drag him to the bedroom, and not for revenge. How could I feel this way about someone I was supposed to despise? What he'd done was unforgivable. I'd never forget, but emotions don't follow logic. The painting proved that. Without warning, he yanked off his sweater, taking his shirt with it. His body was a weapon, broad shoulders, a chest like steel, every muscle defined even in the dim light. He'd taken a bullet without flinching because pain didn't faze him. He didn't need armor. His skin might as well have been bulletproof. New detail. As he stood there, a faint scar ran along his ribs, one I hadn't noticed before. A reminder that even he wasn't completely invincible. The tension between us crackled, unspoken but undeniable. And I hated that, most of all his body pressed against mine, fingers tracing my jawline before his lips claimed me in a kiss that felt like rediscovery. His touch was deliberate, one hand cradling the back of my head, as if memorizing the shape of me. I melted into him, my palms flat against his chest, surrendering to the heat between us without hesitation. With him, instinct took over, no second-guessing, just raw, unfiltered need. Our mouths moved in perfect sync, a rhythm so natural it twisted my stomach into knots. Why did the one man I despised have to be the only one who could unravel me like this? Why couldn't anyone else make me feel this reckless, this desperate? His hands were impatient now, yanking my shirt off, my bra following with a sharp snap. He backed me toward the bedroom, and my nails bit into his skin, not from desire but fear. One wrong move, and I knew exactly what he was capable of. The man still wanted me dead, after all. His grip on my hips tightened as he shoved me onto the bed, his mouth trailing down my neck while his fingers teased my nipples. My jeans vanished in seconds, his following just as fast. Then he was naked, his body towering over me, all hard muscle and that damn cock I couldn't stop thinking about. A waste, really. A man this good in bed shouldn't have been such a monster. The mattress dipped under his weight as he settled between my thighs, his gaze locking onto mine with that same possessive hunger. My head hit the pillow, and that's when I felt it. The cold, unmistakable outline of the gun hidden beneath. My pulse spiked. This was my moment. When he was inside me, lost in the way our bodies fit together, he wouldn't see it coming. He pushed into me with a groan, and I arched against him, biting back a whimper. God, it had been too long. The stretch, the heat, it was intoxicating. For a second, I almost forgot why I needed to do this. Almost. His hips rolled in a steady rhythm, his mouth slanting over mine, stealing my breath between thrusts. "Missed you, baby," he murmured against my lips, the words slipping out before I could stop them. But the gun was still there, waiting. And so was my resolve. The tension between us was electric, his body pressing into mine with a hunger that matched my own conflicted emotions. "I missed you too." The words slipped out, barely a whisper, but they sent a shiver through him, his grip tightening as if he could pull me even closer. His lips never left mine, the heat between us building with every ragged breath. My fingers traced the lines of his back, restless, never settling, distracting myself from the cold weight of the gun beneath the pillow. When I finally dared to open my eyes, his were shut, lost in the moment. My pulse roared in my ears as I shifted, my hand sliding carefully beneath the fabric until my fingers brushed steel. The safety clicked off, the sound barely audible over the rhythm of our bodies. Just do it. One shot and this nightmare would be over. My arm trembled as I raised the barrel to his temple, close enough to feel the warmth of his skin without touching it. Then his voice cut through the haze, rough and daring. "Do it." My breath hitched. His eyes locked onto mine, dark and unflinching, even as he moved against me with relentless force. He didn't glance at the gun, didn't need to. He knew. His hand closed around my wrist, pressing the muzzle harder against his skull. "Come on, baby, don't waste your shot." His hips snapped forward, driving into me with a brutal rhythm that made my thoughts scatter. "This is your only chance." The Glock felt like lead in my hand, the weight of what I was about to do crushing. One pull and he'd be gone. No more threats, no more fear, but my finger refused to obey. He kissed me again, deep and possessive, like he was daring me to hesitate. "You hate me," he growled against my lips. "I've earned this, so finish it." Every word was true. He'd tormented me, controlled me, taken everything. And yet my grip faltered. His body moved over mine, relentless, as if death meant nothing to him. Maybe it didn't. Maybe that was the worst part. I hated him. But in that moment, with his breath mingling with mine and his hands tangled in my hair, I realized something worse. I understood him. And that was what stilled my hand. The weight of the gun still lingered in my palm as I placed it on the nightstand, my fingers brushing against the cold metal one last time before sliding back to his arm. He froze mid-kiss, pulling away just enough to study me with an expression I couldn't decipher, somewhere between fury and something softer, something that made my stomach twist. His fingers tangled in my hair, possessive even now, while the heat of his body pressed against mine. "Guess I couldn't do it either," he murmured, voice rough. I slipped out of bed, leaving him there, and padded barefoot to the kitchen. His shirt hung off me like a dress, the fabric swallowing my frame, the hem brushing my knees. It smelled like him, spice and something darker, and for some stupid reason that made my chest ache. The coffee machine gurgled to life as I leaned against the counter, replaying last night in my head. The gun pressed to his temple, his voice calm, telling me to pull the trigger. The way his body reacted, like danger, was just another kind of thrill. I should have done it. I had every reason to. But the second I felt his mouth on mine, the second his hands gripped me like he'd never let go, something inside me cracked. Maybe I was weak. Maybe I was just tired of fighting. The coffee finished brewing, but I didn't move. Sunlight spilled across the floor, warm and deceptive. He was still asleep, the gun untouched. I could go back, finish what I started. But I already knew I wouldn't. The floorboards groaned under his weight before I even heard his footsteps. He paused in the doorway, watching me, his presence like a storm rolling in. I kept my back to him, gripping the counter until my knuckles turned white. His hands settled on my shoulders, heavy and warm. I didn't turn, didn't want to see the smug satisfaction in his eyes, proof that he'd won, that I was trapped in more ways than one. But he didn't gloat. Instead, he turned me slowly, forcing me to face him. His gaze was unreadable, but there was no triumph there. Just something raw, something that made my breath catch. "You had your shot," he said quietly. "Now what?" The question hung between us, heavy as the gun still sitting on the nightstand. And for the first time, I wasn't sure which one of us was really trap-tied, never felt so utterly broken. He hoisted me onto the kitchen counter, his powerful arms wrapping around me as he stepped between my legs. The height of the counter brought me level with his piercing stare. His lips brushed mine in a slow, tender kiss, softer than any he'd given me before. Then he rested his forehead against mine, his gaze lingering on my mouth. "I hate you." My fingers dug into his biceps, the words bitter on my tongue. "I really do." "I know, baby." His lips grazed the corner of my mouth, sending a shiver through me. "I wish I had killed you. I wish I could do it now." "I know that too." His voice was low, steady. I couldn't meet his eyes, shame burning through me. If my father knew what I'd done, or worse, what I hadn't done, he'd be disgusted. "I was going to end you and take that painting. You're the only thing standing in my way, and I still couldn't do it." My throat tightened as I squeezed my eyes shut, unable to bear the weight of his stare. His fingers tilted my chin up, forcing me to look at him again. "I couldn't do it either," he admitted, his thumb tracing my jaw. "Why?" My voice was barely a whisper. His fingers drifted down to my pulse, pressing lightly. "Because it would have been a damn shame. You're sharp, fierce, stunning. You've got more guts than half the men I've met. Every girl should have your fire. Hell, if my mother had been more like you, maybe she'd still be here." My chest ached at the mention of his mother. It was the one thing that made him seem human, his love for her despite everything. Most people would have disowned a mother who turned to that life, but Bones never did. He respected her. And in that moment, I respected him. "Then why didn't you kill me?" I swallowed hard. "I don't know." The truth was, I should have had a reason, some grand justification for sparing him. But all I had was this twisted pull between us, this thing I couldn't name. Maybe this messes with my head. When you're this close, I stop thinking. There's the version of me that hates you, and then there's, whatever this is, passion, need, something deeper. His breath warmed my lips. "Yeah, I guess." He exhaled, pressing his forehead to mine. "Trust me, I get it. I don't know what to do." My fingers curled into his shoulders, clinging to him like he was the only solid thing left. If he took me right then, I wouldn't resist. I'd pull him closer, craving more than he could give. Just leave my family alone, walk away. Silence stretched between us, his hands still firm on my waist. I opened my eyes, pleading, "Please, you know I can't. I had the chance to end you. I didn't take it." The air between us was thick, charged like the moment before a storm breaks. And I still didn't know if I regretted it. The weight of his words pressed down on me. His piercing blue eyes locked onto mine, cold and unreadable. "Hurting my family won't bring yours back, Bones," he said, voice steady. "It won't rewrite the past. All it'll do is leave you emptier. And you know you don't really want to hurt me." A bitter laugh escaped my lips. "Oh, but I do, Vanessa. That part hasn't changed." "You still despise me, and I still despise you." She hesitated, then whispered, "But there's more than just hate between us, isn't there?" He didn't flinch. "Maybe, but we're still enemies. Your family didn't just destroy mine, they stole everything from me. If my mother had the money she deserved, she wouldn't have had to sell herself. And trust me, that life was just as painful as the way she died." Vanessa's voice cracked. "My family was defending themselves. Your father murdered my aunt. She swallowed hard. "He hurt my mother. Do you really think they didn't deserve justice?" His jaw tightened. "I won't defend what he did, but your family's greed ruined me. My mother was innocent. I was innocent. Meanwhile, you grew up in a mansion, spoiled and loved. You had everything that should have been mine, and I'll always hate you for that." Tears blurred my vision. "I'm sorry for what you went through. What if my family compensated you?" His laugh was sharp, humorless. "I don't want their pity money. I want what's mine." He stepped back, anger darkening his face. "You still don't understand. Maybe you never will." We were trapped in the same cycle, like two snakes eating each other's tails. He'd held a blade to my throat but didn't cut. I'd aimed a gun at his head but didn't fire. So much had happened, yet nothing had changed. "That painting," I murmured. "Did you want me to make it so you'd remember me? Because you're planning to kill me?" His gaze was unflinching. He'd promised never to lie to me. When he answered, I knew it was the truth. "Yes," regret coiled in my chest. "Why didn't I kill you when I had the chance? I should have pulled the trigger. I should have ended it, but I hadn't." And now he was walking away, leaving me alone with my thoughts. Then he returned, the gun dangling loosely in his hand. He held it out. I didn't take it. With a flick of his wrist, he popped the magazine empty. "I unloaded it after Christmas," he said, setting it down. "You never even checked." Shame burned through me. I closed my eyes, wishing I could disappear the whole time. I believed I had the upper hand, but the truth hit me like a punch to the gut. I never stood a chance. He didn't even blink when I pressed the gun to his head because he already knew it was empty. This was all just a twisted game to him, a way to see if I had the guts to go through with it. And now he had his answer. I didn't. Hot tears spilled down my face, and I didn't bother hiding them, not even from him. The realization burned. I'd been so sure I was the clever one, but he'd been 10 steps ahead the whole time. I was stuck, caught in an invisible prison, and the worst part, he didn't even need bars to keep me there. His power was in my own mind, in the way he could unravel me with just a look. Then, unexpectedly, his hands cradled my face, his thumbs brushing away my tears. When I finally met his gaze, his eyes weren't cold anymore, just tired, maybe even regretful. He kissed the corner of my mouth, his fingers tangling in my hair before he rested his forehead against mine. "I don't say this lightly," he murmured, voice rough. "But I mean it, I'm sorry. Also, by Penelope Sky Bones isn't just dangerous. He's the son of the man who destroyed my family. With his sharp jawline, piercing blue eyes, and the kind of body that makes people look twice, he could charm anyone into trusting him. Even me. And that's the problem. Every part of me screams to hate him, but my thoughts keep circling back. His touch, his kiss, the way he makes my pulse race. Want more? Sign up for updates on Penelope Sky's latest releases. No cost, no commitment. Just great books delivered straight to your inbox for fans of Penelope Sky. Here, a look at her captivating series and upcoming releases. Dive into the intense world of buttons, with titles like Buttons and Lace, Buttons and Hate, and Buttons and Pain, exploring themes of love, betrayal, and redemption. The saga continues with Buttons and Shame, Buttons and Blame, and Buttons and Grace, each weaving gripping emotional twists. International readers can enjoy the series in multiple languages: Bottons in Spanish, Botany in Italian, Boutons in French, and Nerpf in German, each version preserving the raw intensity of the original. For those who love seductive elegance, the lingerie collection offers titles like Muse in Lingerie, Beauty in Lingerie, and Lady in Lingerie, with more tantalizing additions like Queen in Lingerie and Fantasy in Lingerie coming soon. And don't miss the Scotch series, featuring the Scotch King and the Scotch Queen, where power and passion collide. With translations like Der Scotchkönig and Leroy du Scotch, this royal drama spans cultures while keeping its edge. Stay tuned. Penelope Sky's upcoming releases promise even more intrigue, heartbreak, and irresistible allure. Whether you prefer lace, betrayal, or royal power plays, there's a story waiting to pull you in.